Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping out the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck, and they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit I don't trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I can never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gonna run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle Podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish.
New world order.
The Bruce Wayne of this ish. The king of kings, the king of content, and the speaker of truth, yours truly, the notorious one, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA or EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one throbajo. That is the Mitch Slapper ecclesiastically. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the after pill, because the red pill is dead. The junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just humbly call me CGA. See God Allah, and I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Welcome back. It's been a good week, man. We've been 2 shows in, and we are having a good time, having a party. We got a great show for you lined up today. Today, we have a TikToker that says she possibly, definitely fumbled the guy that she should have married. She fumbled the guy that she should have married. She says, don't be like me. and she's going to give us a rundown on how she fumbled the guy that she should have married. Also coming up as the sub main event, Kevin Gates, the rapper Kevin Gates, promotes tricking. He basically says men should be showering women and spoiling them with money, cars, and trips.
I got money.
Okay, money, cars, and trips. We're seeing a lot of content lately of men promoting the lifestyle of spoiling women and tricking on them. And some of the content is parody because some of these men get views, easy way to get views, cheap pops, as I call them. All right, it's not a way to sustain an audience, but you'll get a feral video. And if you're smart, like a boss, like you have the money mindset, you're going to be able to parlay that into a business because
I got money.
Social media is a business. All right. You're at my office. All right. This is a business here, but we are seeing a lot of people promoting it. And this is going to get you a lot of likes, a lot of hate, a lot of followers potentially. But you got to be smart and parlay it. But we have Kevin Gates now that he's with his 26-year-old girlfriend. All right. We actually did an episode about this. He says men, and I quote Kevin Gates, he says men should be spoiling their women with money, cars, and girls trips. All right. Girls trips. And he also says, you don't tell her that you're interested. You sell her that you're interested. All right. You sell her that you're interested. All right. This is going to be an interesting post. We're going to look at the ecclesiastical comments related to this, the pros comments, the people who are for it and the people who are against it. All right. I had another video of a woman putting the Scarface clip up that I played, talking about first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. All right. You're having women promote the idea that men should take this advice. All right. I've actually said that as well, so I'm not against that one, but you're having women saying today's men don't understand the order of operations on how to get women. We're going to talk about the importance of this. This is the monetized dating marketplace that I said is going to be here. All right. I've been saying that it's coming. All right. Pause. But it's here, and I saw it coming. That's why I went solo. All right, went solo on that ass, but it's still the same. All right, but this is something that you're going to have to compete against. This is nothing. I don't have to compete against this. I've been telling you that it's going to be on the horizon. So we saw women leaning that way. Now we're seeing men openly, men on the worldwide internet, on YouTube, on Instagram, promoting this lifestyle as well. So we're going to talk about that and how that's going to affect the overall dating marketplace. We also have Rate Their Rizz. I have so much Rizz, I need a referee. All right, you're going to be able to voice your opinion if you're keeping up with the show live. Rate Your Rizz returns. Oh, yes. All right, Rate Your Rizz returns. We got so much Rizz. It's crazy. I got so much Rizz to show you. It's going to be a fun hour of rizzing. Of men harassing women in public via the cold approach. All right, harassing women in public via the cold approach. And we have Straggle and Sniggle Theater, some fuck you boss up content coming up here, and a great show overall. But to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal. PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat.
New world order.
On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Man, listen, I'm in lock-in mode. I'm locked in. All right. I had a 6-week vacation. I haven't been able to fresh up. I have so much content out here that I need to distribute, and I'm locked in. All right. I'm seeing less JUCOs too. I'm not even participating very much on that. Not even setting much up. All right, because I had so much fun over the 6 weeks in the South Pacific of Asia, the Orientals. All right, I had so much fun. I'm good. All right, I came back. I had what onesie twosie here and there, but I'm completely locked in here for the next 2 months on promoting the Free Agent Lifestyle, promoting the Boss Up 2026 Free Agent Lifestyle 2.0. Hoping you Mitch ass niggas can catch up because you getting left behind. I don't give a fuck what you say, but and we got the whole gamut of the money mindset and local. So many things going on here, and I'm completely locked in. I'm so focused. It's crazy. I don't got time for the bullshit, and you shouldn't either because it's 2026. Shit is getting hectic out here. We got Donald Trump running around here trying to scoop up every bit of land he can, and not only land, but oil. All right. He's going over the Greenland. He's trying to take that. All right. He's trying to take it. All right. Threatening NATO with war. And he also just scooped up the Venezuelan president and threatening a Colombian president. South America is a little bit less litty at the moment. It's a little bit unstable, but we got that going on right now.
New world order.
Oil and soil. You're right, Catfish Tail. He getting oil and soil. So it's getting hectic. China tried to come over to the Western Hemisphere and pallied up with Venezuela. And Donald Trump said, nope, stay your ass up out of here, bro. And China also getting in a kerfuffle with China. Also, did you see Thailand and Cambodia had a little skirmish while I was over there as well? All right.
New
Shit is
world
getting
order.
hectic. It's getting kind of hectic. So it is time to boss up 2025, and we're going to help you here. We're going to help you get your life right. Get your life right. Ass niggas. All right. So anyway, let me get over to the earlier contributors to today's show. If we have any. All right. If we have any, but we're going to start over on Ko-Fi. Shout out to our brother Daniel McGee. He wants to play the fuck 'em song, all right, for the hating ass niggas, the Mitch anthem. Early. Yeah. Already early in the day show. We already getting hectic on the Mitches already. The Mitch anthem right there. All right, we also have some people over here on the Cash Is app. Shout out to y'all early. Eric Scott Sermon is in the building. Shout out to you early on in the building. Man, y'all early at it. And do me a favor, if you can't contribute financially, you can hit the like button and or share this stream. Share this stream. Let everybody know that you're watching the best edutainment here on YouTube, and we're going to get them through their workday with the hot information that they need. All right, we're going to give them the information that they need. Not the information that you want. All right. We got Kalen in the building early on, and he has something to ecclesiastically say. He says, what's up? You said that you would like to be on podcasts like Joe Rogan and other big name podcasts. Could another one be the TD Jakes podcast? He just interviewed Cam Newton in regards to marriage and kids out of wedlock. You and him could have a good deal to discuss. We could. I mean, yes, I guess I could. I would talk to TD Jakes. TD Snakes, as people used to call him. He been quiet. What did he have some health issues? Well, he had the Diddy issue going on. All right, he had the Diddy issue going on, and then he went into hiding. He had some health issues. He's back. All right, he didn't crept up out of the pastor pork chop closet out there. All right, and he didn't tiptoed. He didn't tiptoed out of that closet. Came out a little bit once the Diddy stuff went away. He was like, "Here I am. I'm here." All right. So anyway, shout out to TD Jakes, the bishop. I'll go on this podcast. I might, I did say I would go on more people's podcasts this year, although I haven't really focused on scheduling them yet. But maybe later on. I got so much on my plate, and it's Coach Gang and CGA affiliated and related. All right. On the other note, I hope you guys are having a great year. It's this January 7th is this episode. If you're watching it on playback, and I hope if you had New Year resolutions and goals that you're still on track and you haven't already fallen off the wagon related to them, because mostly the time we're a weekend and everybody, their goals are already fucked already. All right, you're already ready for 2026 to start off if you're waiting always for a new year to start off fresh. But you do have time. It is a long year. And by the time you look up, it'll be August, but you still have time to adjust and adapt. So get your mindset right. And if you need some help on the financial mindset, join the Money Mindset. We are there every Sunday night, and we have episodes related to social media content creation and also financial mindset, motivation, inspiration, and things that you need in your toolbox to get you ready for the elevation that you're going to take here. We're trying to elevate your mindset and elevate your life and your lifestyle. So the Money Mindset, we're closed at the $50 level. We locked everybody out. Okay. And some people, they had to save for the holidays. And so they had to put a little bit of their money away. And they were like, well, I'll come back at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year when my money gets right. Well, unfortunately, you've been locked the hell out. Okay. That level is sold out, but we will have some different levels that we're going to open up coming up here in the next year. And also we should be having a preview Money Mindset stream coming up here for free. All right. We're going to give you a short preview of the Money Mindset for the people who are interested. Yes, we're going to have members of the Shield, the Money Mindset Elite team, that will be there to assist you for a short episode, which is a preview coming up here. It may be this weekend, but we'll send out notifications for you to get that preview and possibly open up some of those lanes for that $50 level that used to be that's the grandfathered in level that we locked people out of. And you have to boss up and hop up there at that $100 level because you're just coming in to one of the greatest mindset episodes that you have, webcast, bar none, going on. And if you didn't know, Money Mindset is big time. All right. It's one of the big time groups of the Coach Gang, and we have fun there. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What are we doing here? All right, we got the Versace hot tea. Come to find out, she was fucking everybody. All right, let's see here. Let's get into the first segment and episode. And we're at Straggle and Sniggle Theater already, man. So buckle your seatbelt. We about to warm up, and we about to give you some laughs and some wisdom. Wisdom. All right, that's what we're looking for. Not knowledge. We're looking for wisdom. We're gonna get you fine-tuned. Let's go.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's go. We got several pieces of Straggle and Sniggle videos going on right here. Okay. All right. Straggle and Sniggle Theater coming up here. First video up for preview. We have a woman says she got baptized after 11 years of prostitution. It says right here, 26 years of trauma and 11 years as a sex worker died in that water. All right. Oh my goodness. Ecclesiastically, I'm not going to play the volume because the volume has music on it, but there's one of your skeezers. There's one of your women washed by the blood of the Lamb, filled with the Holy Ghost. I am. All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. This is why I don't like Christians. All right. I've been redeemed by the blood of the Lamb. Filled with the Holy Ghost, I am. All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. And Pastor, you know, Pastor is about to get a piece of that Christian reborn punani. All right, looking Pastor out here. Goodness.
Yeah, that brother starving.
That's a little close, Pastor, to be with a sex worker, a woman that was selling pussy last night.
Yeah, that brother starving.
All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. Look at that, Pastor pork chop with a skeezer. We know Christians, and even Jesus hung out with a whore. All right, so we know. All right, miracles can be done. We don't need another hero. All right, shout out to Pastor Pork Chop here. Deacon Clap Cheeks getting in close. Just so you know how ridiculous this is, it says 26 years of trauma. Now, why they always traumatic? All right, we always know. Why do people keep telling me? We clearly know that people are very, very clear on all their diagnoses. They're clear on their trauma and all of that stuff. I had 26 years of trauma, all right? And they can tell you about all their mental health diagnoses. But what they're clearly vague on is what got them to that level. And I'm going to tell you what it was. It was party lifestyle, being hot in the ass, all right, promiscuity, drug abuse, and alcoholism. That's what got you there. That's the traumatic experiences. Staying out late at night, can't go to sleep, up with hot pussy. All right, that's what got you trauma. All right, broken families, divorce. Okay, people vague on that part. I don't know what was there, but I have anxiety. I can't go to sleep. I have 22 versions of mental health disorder. All right, this is crazy. All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. All that partying, staying out at Dre's, fucking. All right, yes, that's what got you all that trauma. Let's be clear. And selling pussy. All right, that's what got you some trauma right there. Look.
Because I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. But there it is. All it took was getting dunked in a pool to wash it away. All my sins are washed away. I've been redeemed. All right. Why don't y'all stop doing drugs as teenagers? Speaking to the men and the women. All right. How about that? Stop breaking up your families and fucking your kids up. How about that? But then anyway, I've been redeemed. All right, here we go right here. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have this couple back once again. I love this couple coming up here. Wait till you see this couple. You've seen them. They make a lot of content. I don't know. Let's see. Their name is Esme Peaches Gonzalez. All right. It says Esme Peaches Gonzalez. All right, and there you go with also a black guy. This is not a surprise.
Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl.
I got money.
Wrong sound effect. Let's see what these guys have going on here. We're going to keep the volume down. And oh my God, look at this.
Oh, the humanity.
Look at this. Oh my goodness, boy, he is.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, he is lifting her flap. All right, that gunt. He's lifting her gunt. Oh, look at that chin. All right, we actually have a video of him sucking on her chin, but he is starving. God dang, man. Hey, listen, I know we like fetishes. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of fetish, man, but
Yeah, that brother's starving.
oh my goodness, not on the internet, bruh. Not in broad daylight. I hope they getting a lot of money. He said tenderism. I think in the background they have that guy from the Destination Smokehouse talking about the tenderism.
I'm telling y'all about tenderness. But I'm gonna say, do that look like a plan?
Tenderism. All right, I think that's what they're saying. Tenderism or tenderism. All right, shout out to Day, man. Ain't nothing wrong with a fat woman. I'm gonna tell you, man. Except being in public with one. That seems to be where it goes, like on the internet and all that. I better be making a lot of money to be seen with a fat woman like this on the internet. I mean, all right, but my bag better be healthy. Matter of fact, I think that's what I will do. I'm gonna get me a fat woman and put her on the internet. And then y'all gonna be like, look at CGA after all that talk.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, we got a guy right here. I think his name is OK Melly. OK Melly's gonna make an appearance on today's stream. We got a I get it for free ass nigga. And it says right here, 50 first dates. Welcome back to the series. And he's gonna show us how much action he's getting in here. All right, how much action he's getting out here for free. He's got the game going on. So let's see it right here. 50 first dates. All right. We got, okay. Okay. That's 3. All right. Oh my goodness. That's a big woman right there. There's something even blocking. You can tell this is a big woman. Look at that. Like that is wow. She's humongous. All right. We're going to take the volume off. And there's another Walmart queen. I don't know what he's saying there. Another gordita. All right. Not bad. A gordita. Yep. She a big one too. All right, Texas, boy, they growing big, and they don't know what side of the camera to stand on. But, yeah, we got a big one. San Antonio, Texas, checking in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's healthy. She's healthy. All right, yes. Is this the same woman? All right, she cooking for them. And, of course, Tombstone Pizza. And this is a different woman, another big-legged woman. All right, another big-legged woman. Shout out to our big land. It says she recently just got off of a divorce. There's the divorcee. All right, there's the divorcee cuddled up in somebody else's arms right there. Okay, I guess that's the only women right here. There's another one right here. Look at that cottage cheese on the thighs. Yummy. All right, that's a double. Okay, these are 50 first dates. I guess. Yeah, he's showing them off too. He's showing them off on the internet. Shout out to him. I ain't mad at him. All right, we do have another video of him right here. He wanted to put more videos out here, so we're gonna go ahead and see what he's got going on right here. And it says, remember, strength training and cardio will do a lot for you in a year. Okay, all right there.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right, let's see what else he's got here. All right, and let's see what he's got. Okay, there it is right there. That's him. And yes, a slop-a-lop. Yep. A Sogmeister then got this one right here too. Big-legged white woman. He like big-legged white women too. And some gorditas. There's another one. Yep. There's another one. Yep. These are all 4s or below. Let's just get it to, don't get it twisted. These are all 4s or below. Nasty women too. All right. These are some, oh man, the comment, and they all older than him too. And take a look at this. Oh my goodness. I used to coach a basketball player like this from a little city in New Mexico. Damn, this is a broad shoulder brawny woman right here. No, oh my goodness. Okay, let's take a look at the comment section. He got some Kayleys in here too. He got a couple of Kayleys in there. All right, them low grade Kayleys though too. All right, and there's another one. Okay, he working his way up. I ain't mad at him. There's another somebody's mama right here. Somebody's mama. And he proud as a motherfucker. Look at him. And does he work at Starbucks or he works at Bed Bath and Beyond? All right, Bed Bath and Beyond. Yep. Okay, that's what I told. What did I tell you? I told you this yesterday. I told you these dudes that date older women, this is what they be like. Oh, she cooked for me. Look at this food. This is like prison food, bro. All right, she cooks and cleans for me. All right, there's the cooking and the cleaning. All right, and there's the woman. Look at that jaw. All right, good night. Cheap tacos, ass Nikki. All right, that meal costs $1.30 to produce. All right, and look at the chin right there. Get them push-ups in. No full range of motions. Another big back. This man, I've been there, bro. I've been here. Okay, this is why I had to boss up, because I used to be like this at one point in my life, bro. And I was like, damn. All right, these are slump busters and booger wolves. Let's take a look at the. Hey, it says right here. Y'all notice he wasn't on not one treadmill for the cardio. Winter soldier in the flesh, I see. Bro don't discriminate when it comes to cracking snow bunnies of any build. Nothing but wide body scat packs and lifting. Okay, snow bunnies for cardio is crazy. Bro got smaller and they got bigger. Bro got every kind of snow bunny build in the rotation. Was playing in the snow with his cardio. Okay, he's a winter soldier for real. Okay, man getting his reparations one way or another. All right, sheesh, they were all twos. Okay, snow cows. Those were snow buddies. Those were snow cows, and ain't nothing wrong with it. Let's take a look at the other comment section here. Black people meet, and he meets all white women. Okay, bro, those are all bottom of the barrel women. I'm not the only one to say that right here. Those are, look, for those people here that say we hating, okay, those are all bottom of the barrel women. Okay, you can't be filming people like this, man. Wide body scat packs is diabolical. She's a fixer-upper, low-key. Okay, ain't nothing wrong with a fixer-upper. Okay, wait. How you meet a white girl on black people meet? Big girl seem cool. Just take her to the gym. All right, there he is right there. And she's pretty. She's a keeper. All right, so there it is right there. And I rebuke this in the name of Jesus. Oh, no, not in the name of Jesus. Okay. Shout out to him, man. He's a young man. He thinks he's doing something. But these are the type of guys that I talk to on a daily basis where I tell you, you're not really doing what you think you're doing. Trust me. You think you're doing something, you might change your life and you're going to find yourself with a whole different quality. Like, you'll have still some access to these. You'll still have them in your rotation because they probably give you good nuts. But I'm just letting you know, you'll level up at some point. Mm-hmm. I'm proud of that young man. I am. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. You see, there's a theme here. There's definitely a theme. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a guy here, Larry Bird. Larry Bird is back with these bird-chested niggies. He says, bringing a fat white girl to the hood. Bringing a fat white girl to the hood. All right, here we go.
My girl G Mama. I can hit that on the back. I let you hit it from the back. Give me some there. Yeah, you want some? Yeah. Hey, G Mama, come here. Wait a day, man. G Mama, can we get a 360?
Oh, sheesh. Okay, G-Ma, can we get a 360?
Oh, the humanity.
Look at that head. Okay.
I can make it work.
I can make it work.
Can't handle me.
Oh, I can't handle you.
All for you.
Oh my goodness, all four of you.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Can't handle her.
We can pick you up right now. I really could do that.
How old are you guys?
I'm 27.
Older enough. Yeah, 27. We in the streets, G Mama.
We can put the Lulu on the butt. What size you with?
She said she's a night rider. Y'all want to meet my girl G Mama?
These some little skinny niggies. Look at these niggies, man. These are picking niggies. All right, these are picking niggies. Okay.
I can hit that on the back. I'll let you hit it from the back.
From the back.
Yeah, you want some? Yeah. Hey, G-Ma, come here.
Look at this tanker. Look at this tanker, man. That is a tank right there. Can y'all see that on my screen? Can y'all see that? Man, I don't even think I've been that. I don't even think I hit a woman like this. Like, that is a tank. I mean, the fat is hanging off of her, bro. It's hanging off of her. There's a skinny woman in there, but she out there about to get a train ran on her by them skinny niggas for free. Wowzers. I mean, god dang, she got to be weighing almost 500 pounds. All right. Talking about she going to drop some neck out there on some people out there.
It's
talking about you can't handle all this. Wowzers. That's a big backed woman. That's a big woman everywhere. All right. What do we got left? More Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have Usual Suspects. You see there's a theme to today's show. Don't blame me, man. This is the internet. I know people going to blame me. This is all the internet. I didn't put these videos on the internet. Okay. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a PAWG. All right. A PAWG is up getting interviewed by a brother. Let's see how it goes.
What's your ideal type for a man?
To be honest, I honestly go for milk chocolate, dark skin. That's my type.
So what made you decide that you were only going to go like milk chocolate?
It sounds weird, but like the first male that you encounter is your dad, right?
Yeah.
I come from a family that's mixed. I'm half Ukrainian, which I get my whiteness from.
Yeah.
But my other half comes from North African, which is my dad's side. My dad happens to be like more on the darker side. Because I grew up with him, I tend to, I guess, gravitate towards more of like the darker skin.
No, let me tell you something. She lying, bruh. She lying. That's a lie. I'm going to tell you why she gravitates to dark-skinned men. Because she's fat. She's fat, but she actually cute in the face. She just a little thick in the waist. And most white guys just hit that at the dark. You know, they hit that behind the scenes. So she had to, for a better chance at a mate, she had to go towards black men. That's what happened. You don't have to do with her Moroccan, Northern African father. All right. And he tends to be darker. She's fat. I mean, listen, it is what it is. All right. She had no choice in the matter. In fact, if she wanted to have some good sex and some good loving, she had to go to black men. I mean, she didn't have any choice. So it's a great adaptation for her. And she big chested. Look at her. I mean, that looks like a good night. But she been ran through. I'm going to just tell you, man. She been ran through by a lot of niggas. I mean, I'm talking about pumped and dumped and disgraced. You know what I mean? We talking about degraded by a lot of niggas. So if you pull up to a woman that's dated a lot of niggas that smashed this woman being degraded. All right. Don't kiss her on the lips. All right. I'm gonna just let you know right there. But anyway.
But I do keep my options open.
Have you ever dated a white guy?
No, I haven't.
Are you shocked?
Never.
That's not a shock. Again, like I said. All right. Like I said. So she's trying to say has a preference. But I don't think it's a preference. Like, you know, I think this is like anybody else. You basically adapt to your surroundings. All right. What's going to give me the best chance of success? Now, if she was a woman that says, I just can't date black guys. I want a 6'5" with a blue eye. Guess what happens? Everybody would call her crazy. But she's never had a white guy take her seriously. I don't know if she's never dated a white guy. I'm pretty sure a white guy smashed. All right. But not a white guys. They probably degraded her too. I'm talking about nutted on her face and left. All right. But basically she campaigning right now. That's what she doing.
What is your ideal type for a man?
To be honest, I honestly go for milk chocolate, dark skin. That's my type.
So what made you decide that you were only going to go like milk chocolate?
It sounds weird, but like
nah, man. Hey, look, why do everybody be lying to themselves? All right. She just be lying. It sounds weird, but yeah, no. All right, we got more Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got two more videos. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a cute couple on the internet, one of the cutest couples on the internet. It is a disabled woman and her boyfriend. Let's take a look at her. Her name is Chelsea. I'm not going to say her name because y'all niggas be making other women famous. I'll be making women famous. But let's take a look at one of their videos here. There it is. It says he gives 0 Fs that his girlfriend is disabled. All right, take a look at what we got here.
Yeah, that brother.
Oh no. She can't even use her. Oh my goodness. All right. When I tell you, are you hitting her with wrestling moves? Is she getting you with wrestling moves? God, man. When I tell you, brother, this is a handsome brother. I'm gonna just let you know. Pause. But brothers be selling themselves way too short. Way too short. I don't know what it is. And she seems like a nice girl. Maybe they were together before she was disabled. I don't know. But he got potential in life. I mean, she does too, I suppose. There's another video of him, of them slamming. He likes to slam her around. Let's go ahead and show you right here. We have another video of them. Let's see if I can exit this video and share the next video right here. Is this the one? This is the one right there. They like to slam each other around, as you can see. Oh, is she in her she's in a diaper. Oh my goodness. She's wearing diapers. That's how is this on the internet, bruh? What are we doing? Is that a diaper?
Oh, the humanity.
Oh my God. When I tell you men are down bad, city boys, we lost points.
City boy.
She wearing a diaper. Yes, you niggies are. When I talk about you Mitches, man, I talk about you Mitch ass niggies and you niggas that be out here with low hanging fruit talking about they get it for free. Holy mackerel. What in the Memphis, Tennessee is going on here? What in the Tupelo, Mississippi is going on here? Oh my God. I hope they making money on the internet. I'm pretty sure she got a OF account. Let me go ahead and check this out real quick. She got as many followers as I do on Facebook. All right. So we got about the same amount of followers. Is there a about page? This is North Carolina. Not a shock. Pembroke, North Carolina. Okay. This is very North Carolina. I'm telling you. I've been telling you about you Bamas.
Oh, that's nasty.
Okay. They're in a relationship. Oh my Lord. Okay. We got a problem, y'all. We got a problem with you men. No wonder men hate on me. No wonder men hate on me. They're like, not everybody can be a boss, CGA. Okay. Oh, I got more Straggle and Sniggle Theater here. I'm trying to help. Okay. Oh, here we go right here. CGA, I used to like him, but he became cocky. Now I see. I see what people, I see where your head is, brothers. Your head's in the fucking gutter. All right, anyway, what are we doing here? We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a young man. We have a young woman that needs a bind fix.
I got money.
All right, we're going to talk about this. I've been talking about these little baddies. They be broke, man. Most women be out here broke and out here living on the edge. Don't let them fool you, young men. All right, I know these women be living on the edge. So we have this woman says, looking to barter services with the car mechanic ASAP. All right, let's hear her out. She's looking to barter services with a car mechanic. Okay, take a look at the sister, Summer Joy. All right, not bad. All right, not bad for a sister. All right, let's see what she's got.
Does anyone know of anyone who would be willing to trade services? I am willing to make custom pieces, do tailoring, alterations for you or someone else, you know, in lieu of services for my car. Because I need a new fuel injector and the steering wheel's getting a little wobbly. I also need 2 front tires.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it. When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear nobody say shit. When you see me on the corner, bitch, mind your business.
Ma'am, it sounds like you need a new car. All right. At this particular point, you probably need some wheel bearings. You got a broken axle. All right. You got headlight out, battery draining. All right. Your whole shit is sideways. I mean, come on, bro. And what are you going to trade back? All right. Because I haven't heard what he's getting. I know what you need. You need about $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 worth of car services. What else?
Because mine are bald.
Or bald tires, bro. And they be out here calling you broke. That's why, man, I'm going to tell you, once you monetize date, you really see that a lot of women be out here broke. They be out here broke, busted, and disgusted. And I'm saying that just to say they're mighty judgmental about men.
Can't you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke? Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
All right. So what is she doing here? She says, let's see what she's got to say here to add to this.
But I'm manifesting this today.
I'm manifesting this. I'm manifesting this today. You hear all of those car issues. Engine light is on. You know the check engine light is on.
Find someone who would be willing to trade services. I'll buy the parts like you would buy the fabric, and then labor is free. Or
what?
In kind, bartering. Yeah, manifesting that today. ASAP.
ASAP. Manifesting. You see what I'm talking about here? Living on the edge. But of course, these type of women, we're going to hear from Everett Overton later today, talking about this. A lot of these women, these are the independent women that don't need no man. They don't want to be under the instructions of man. So what they'll do is they'll live on the edge like this, and then they'll manifest things, and they'll just have problems and fires that they got to put out. And then they do things like this. Let's barter something for fabric. Who needs fabric? Who needs a scarf? Who needs some knitting and crocheting? Nobody needs any of these things that you offer. And these are some of the dumb things that they do in terms of hobbies. Oh, I'll give you some fabric. This ain't the 1200s where we're doing trade for fabrics, right? And spices and bartering for these things. I mean, we still do trade for these things, but these are on a global level. All right, I don't need like 2 pieces of fabric for a gown or something. I don't need that shit. So you're manifesting it to barter with the mechanic for fabrics that he doesn't need, but you need $5,000 worth of work. Matter of fact, you're getting the best of this deal. And this person says the problem is you're offering the wrong services. Indeed, what you need to be offering up is some punani. All right, that's what you need to be offering up, or you need to be offering up a relationship. You need to be under the instructions and the guides of a man. But they don't want to do it. They want to hold on to their past life. They want to hold on to everything in the past. Okay. And then when these issues come up, they come up on the internet manifesting, and she needs it now, ASAP. The problem is she ain't going to get it. Good luck, ma'am. I hope you do find a mechanic dumb enough to trade for those services. That will be a major loss for him. No gain. That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the Blue Chip Mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our Blue Chip Mindset on. The window is still open. Let's get to these contributors to today's show. We have G says, damn it to hell, coach. I think I lost my favorite eater. 2026 is starting off horribly. Bit talking about she fitting to get married. 2027 will be my year. Hit the buzzer. All right. After she done swallowing your succeed, she's got a relationship. All right. Yes. Just like that. I told you, man. Yikes. Shout out to our brother Faisal Youssef. I think I pronounced that correctly. Glad you're back. YouTube was lacking during your Ling Ling tour. I'm back. And I'm glad I'm back, and I'm glad. I know you guys are glad that I'm back. All right. We got some shows. That's up. Co-sponsorship for Mr. Youssef. No government name. I heard a group of women say that trad cons and guys who promote Rizz and cold approach are predators that hate women and create feminists, but you give them hope. What are your thoughts, CGA? Hashtag the shield. Well, I am in agreement with the men who promote cold approach. Now, again, they may be in agreement that I promote indecency into society, and I can't change their mind. But the cold approach Rizz is in order for men to get laid. Now, what they're doing is they're trying to do less for the woman, as less as they can, in order to go to a series of women who are not trying to participate. So they're running a trick against them. They're scamming them, essentially. They're trying to scam the women and get whatever they can from them without any investment in them. So in other words, that's a scam. So anybody teaching that technique, they're teaching men how to scam women. Now, I don't care if you like you might want to do that technique. Fine. But I'm of the opinion that that energy is going to come back at some particular point. And typically what happens is these men deal with a lot of women who are liars and scammers and predators themselves, and then it creates a toxic environment, or they damage those women and those women become haters of men, if you will. So it's a bad kind of energy that people are trading back and forth. And I don't know who to blame. I don't know if it's the women that started it first or the men, but I do believe that men who teach other men how to prey on women are predators. Right? And whatever they create in the ecosystem of women, it's their fault. It's their fault. Because typically what they're doing is they're going to the batch of women who are not sex workers. Because once they approach a sex worker, right? All right. So once they approach a sex worker, then essentially they don't want to participate in it. They were like, no, I don't want to participate with her. Well, didn't you want to have sex? Didn't you want to get laid? Well, no, they didn't want to get laid that bad to make an investment in the woman. So they're going to go to the general population of women who are not trying to participate in activity. So they're trying to scam them out of their panties. That's all. And listen, you can be mad at that. You can bring up your favorite content creator and all of that, but you can be mad at that. But that's the truth. And somebody brought up ARC. ARC taught mode 1, which is not cold approach. Okay. That's not the idea of the cold approach. Mode 1 is coming directly to the woman and telling her what your intentions are. That's not cold approach. Okay. A cold approach is trying to Rizz and run game. You're actually trying to play a character to get pussy. So mode 1 is a direct idea that you're telling the woman what your intentions are up front. Cold approach guys don't do that. They try to act nice and then they end up going mode 4. If you study it, that's why a lot of guys are trying to come up and do the exception to the rule. So Ella Roger Curry is a predator. No, he actually taught the opposite of cold approach. He said, be direct. And he actually said men who use the Rizz game are probably going to be mode 4 and crash out. Those are the guys that typically crash out. Men who cold approach and get rejected typically crash out on women, mode 4. So when you're up front with a woman, that's not a cold approach Rizz. You're not running game on her. You're literally being direct. And when she says, no, I'm not interested in any dick, well, then you say, well, thank you very much for your time. And you walk away. Rizz guys don't do that. They come up there. Hey, how you doing? I want to get to know you. I want to take you out. I want to do all these things. And I want to do. That's indirect. I hate to keep teaching you guys, but that's the truth. So ARC, not a predator. Not a predator. All right. So anyway, nice try with that whole. We talked about that yesterday, how people try to throw out the exception to the rule, being disingenuous, but I smacked you away with it, didn't I? All right, shout out to our brother Miles C. He says ninjas better hurry up and snatch them up a Latina. Trump's on track to colonize a lot of Latin America. I wouldn't care if they brought the profits back to the U.S. citizens, but they don't. Boss up or suffer. Political party affiliation won't save you. Yeah, the divisive politics. Yes, it won't save you. But shout out to him. But I think for people here that want to know, like, if you know, they're defending the fact that like they hate the fact that Trump went in there and got that dictator who lost an election but said I ain't leaving the office, thugged his way in. Venezuela's been in trouble for a long time, since before Maduro. But But what I would say is he had to do that because you cannot have this guy affiliating with China so close to the United States. I mean, you can't have that. You can't have China allying with someone that close to your border. I mean, you can't do that. You got to take him out. You got to take him out. So that's just it. China shaking his hands. China was literally in their backyard when Trump ran up in them doors. All right, because you can't be like, it's similar to Cuba, right? The Cuban Missile Crisis, where Russia was linked up with Cuba and they had missiles right there aimed at the borders of the United States. All right, man, we got to bro. All right, we got to cut that shit off. We can't let somebody who's considered an adversary be that close to your borders or on your side of the hemisphere. You got to take that out. Now, I'm pretty sure the United States is on that side of their hemisphere too, so I don't know what to say. Anyway, not to bring political. Shout out Torta. They're also amazing. He says, great show, CGA. Out of all the flavors of women you've had, do you have an undeniable preference, race, height, and facial features? This gets tough. I do have a preference, and I do have a height, although, you know, my stuff changes. I'm a 31 flavors guy. I like them all, but I do lean towards a certain race where definitely if I look at the amount of women that I've been with, and more than likely it's mostly white women. And height wise, I typically like them small, but sometimes it doesn't work out either. I've been with a lot of tall women. Facial features. Yeah, I like certain facial features. I really can't describe it, but when I see it, I know I like it. But yeah, man, that's what it is right there. And but it changes. Sometimes I get a flavor for the yellow. I get a little yellow fever. Then I get a little pale skin fever. Then I get a flavor for the mulatto. I get a little dark skin flavor sometimes, a little chocolate. And then I get me a Latina, some lighter shade of brown. But if you look at my numbers, it's definitely leaning towards white women. Shout out to white women. All right, Europeans. But I've been with them all. Man. All right. I've been with them all. Now, what race of women do you think I've been with the least? Can you think of that one? What would you guess? What race of women I've been with the least? What race of women I've been with the least? All right. Can y'all guess that one? I'm talking about of the 4 races, not these little sub races over here. All right. Out of Latina, out of black, out of white, out of Asian. Can you guess who I've been with the least? All right. And I should give a drum roll on this one. It's black women. Black women for sure. All right. It's not even close. They're now Middle Eastern would be under that, but they're close. It's just about the same amount. Black women. Somebody said shocking. Not a surprise at all. It's not even close. But shout out to y'all right there. That's not it. That, you know, it's who would have thought? Who would have guessed that? So, but I mean, you know, those numbers could jump up. I'm going to tell you, man, the easiest amount, like if I actually opened up and was open to dating a lot of black women, like my numbers would be like up through the roof. They will be Walter Weeks numbers because the easiest women that I can get are black women. Like that would be the easiest get for me. But, you know, I'm a suburban nigga. I didn't have a lot of black women around me when I was like 16, from 16 on. So, and I'm from California. I lived in the San Fernando Valley in Agora Hills around a bunch of Jews. I've been with more Jewish women than I've been with black women. All right. Actually, can I say that?
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
But yeah, if he says, if I accept the Keishas and Sash, I would run through them like crazy. All right. It would be they're the easiest get for me. First of all, because I'm black and they're black, that would be the easiest get. But I typically shy away from them. And that's not intentionally. It's just proximity. Proximity wise, I just wasn't around them very much from 16 all the way up. But when I was around them, all right, when I was around them, you know, I spent 10 years in Orange County, California. I went to Cal State Northridge. I lived in California, lived in Agora Hills, Thousand Oaks area. I coached in Valencia, California, near Magic Mountain. So we're not talking about a lot of black women sitting around there. But anyway, but I did live in the South. When I lived in Louisiana, I was with a lot more black women. I was with a white woman. I think one white woman when I was there, but everybody else that I was with were black women. All right. So, yeah. Shout out to the sisters. Hey, sisters, if y'all want to come in here and give a shot at it and be like, Coach, you need to give me a chance. I'm a good, honest sister. Come on up. Step on up. Show me. Show me what you got. Show me what I'm missing. Somebody says, I'm setting my son up for failure if you had a baby with a short woman. Yes. Yeah, my ex-wife is tall. My ex-wife, she's about the same size as me, maybe an inch taller. So yeah. But yeah, if you have a baby, if you're short and you have a baby by a short woman, you can forget it. All right. Your kid is not even making the freshman basketball team. All right. They getting cut. All right. Where are we at here? Shout out to the sisters. The sisters are like, I know this Uncle Tom. He's weak black man. He can't take a strong black woman. Yo, mama's black. Shout out to our brother No Government Name. Can you explain why Mitches don't see the point of vacations unless alcohol and women are involved? And it says right here, it seems that Mitches hate themselves and are down so bad that they like their women down and disabled. He says, as you said, men live their lives through women. Hashtag the shield. Shout out to you right there. Why men only look at vacations from the point of alcohol and women. Right. Yeah. They hit the scene. They're like, you know, you see the videos, you know, come to the Philippines, come to Poland, come to here. And it's always centered around women. Whereas I travel for the other reasons, the culture and learning. You always going to see me when I travel. I'm going to do the excursions. I'm going to do the history. I'm going to do the museums. I'm going to go see the artifacts. I'm going to go all of that. Then when the sun goes down, right, then I'll think about having a party. All right, I'll have a party in my room. And it's going to be some threesomes and orgies and orgies and all of that stuff. Okay, but, you know, that's the point. That's the point. And somebody says, honestly, you're white. I'm white, coach. You're honorably. He says right here, you're honorably white. Yeah, but I don't think in terms of race too much. You know, I'm a colorblind ass nigga, if you will. You know, I don't think so. And regionally, black ain't as black. California blacks and West Coast blacks are different. In fact, there's not such thing as a black community past Texas. There's no such thing. And I've lived in Arizona. No, I've lived in New Mexico. I've lived in Nevada, Northern Cal, Southern Cal. My mother lived in Seattle. And my ex-wife was from the mountain regions, you know, one of the mountain states, I won't say. So once you get past literally central Texas, there's no such thing as a black community. There's no such thing. Like, black people are regionally located in the South. Other than that, there's no such thing as a black community, other than maybe the Midwestern inner cities, which I was born in the Midwest, in the Midwestern city, but those cities aren't really black communities. Those communities have been kind of just people moved in from the South in those communities. But really, black people only marginally, regionally live in the South. Once you leave the South, there's no black community. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I lived in Utah. I forgot about that. I did live in Utah. So there you go. I'm a West Coast guy through and through. So most of everywhere I live, there hasn't been that many black communities. So yeah. Yep. I forgot I lived in Utah. Let's see here. All right. Anyway, can I explain why Mitches see vacations? They don't see the point in vacations. Well, because they're not cultural. They're not historically. They don't like history. They don't like culture. They're just interested in women. How easy is it? Do women accept black people there? Everywhere I go, You're going to be accepted, Black people. I know you guys are traumatized about being accepted. People, I've been to every continent except Africa, and I'm going at some particular point, but I just don't know how. I'm figuring out how to dice it up. I'm going to have to take a 6-month vacation to Africa, like I Show Speed. But I'm going to tell you what happens when you leave America. First of all, those Black issues that you deal with in America, it somewhat disappears. When you go to the other places, they're going to have 2 responses to you. They're going to ignore you, or they're going to be interested in you. Now, you're far more going to be ignored than interested. But they're going to ignore your motherfucking ass. They're going to walk past you. Even Black people are going to ignore you. Even the Black people there are going to pretty much ignore you, because they know who you are and they don't give a fuck. Now, the people who are interested in you, they're either going to be tourists or people who are interested in foreigners or tourists or African-American men. But one surprise that you're going to have is that they cannot tell that you're African-American. They don't really know. You'll be shocked. And we don't know this here because we're kind of from America, but we can tell an African nigga. We can tell an African nigga when we're in here. We can see a Shaka Zulu ass nigga. We can see a Nigerian nigga, or we can see a Nigerian nigga that got a Nigerian father, but he grew up in America. You know, his hairline pulled all back. All right. He cosplaying nigga. He a scammer. He talk too much. He always kind of aggressive. As an African-American, we can tell an African. But when you're outside of the United States, nobody can tell that you're African-American unless you're dressed like 50 Cent. That is the only way they can tell that you're American. If you got that big New York hat, I'm talking about 50 Cent on the Go Shorty, it's your birthday, that type of outfit, right? With your hat cocked and the do-rag. If you're dressed like that, they're going to probably assume you're a nigga from America. With the Timberlands and the jean shorts or the oversized, they might be like, he must be American. Now watch this. If you're dressed regularly, they don't know you're African American until you open your mouth, until you start talking, and they'll say, "Oh, you're American." They don't know. They think you're African. They think you're African. They most likely assume that you're African when they see you. When you're, I don't care where you're at. You could be in Germany. You could be in Japan. They think you're African until you start talking. And they say, "Oh, I hear you have an American accent." Trust me, it is crazy. It is the craziest thing. You're in Italy. They think you're African until you start talking. Even the tourists will be like, you know, because tourists are from everywhere. And then they'll just stand there. And then as soon as you start talking, they'll be like, "Oh, American." Yep, American. But anyway. 100%. So that's the whole thing about do they accept Black people? Most people, once you leave the Western Hemisphere, they think you're African until you start talking. Somebody said, "Coach is right." Yep. You went to Kuwait in the Philippines and they thought I was African. People think I'm African. Actually, I was talking to a woman one time and she knew I was Black, but she asked, she was like, "Are you Nigerian? Are you African by chance?" And I was like, "No." All right. Shout out to T-Mon. K on the coach. Just curious, if you were previously a personal trainer, why is it necessary for you to employ another trainer for yourself nowadays? Good question. Good question. Well, number one, sometimes that a personal trainer, they serve more purposes than to instruct you on how to do an exercise. But that's one of the purposes they serve. All right. You don't know how to work in the gym, so they'll make sure that you're safe and that you don't injure yourself. That's just one purpose. Another purpose is accountability. You're setting an appointment with them so that you have someone there to report to make sure you exercise. But let's say you're just not attuned to that. You're like, "Hey, listen, I don't have an appointment. I'll push it back." And then you push 1, 2, 3, or 4 sessions back. And then you don't show up to the gym if you don't have a trainer. Well, if I plunk down money and I set an appointment, I don't want to lose the money. I'm going to show up and I'm accountable to that trainer. So they serve to accountability. Also, they can coach you. Whereas you, as a solo person, you're having to write down your splits and keep track of your progress. Well, when you have a trainer, they do that for you. All right. So I don't have to think about it. All I have to do is show up. And that person tracks my progress. They make my splits. They keep track of my progress with my weight. And they're the ones that keep me the motivation. They're the ones who change up my program to give me the best benefit. They're like, okay, one calf is bigger than the other, as opposed to me having to do that. Well, if I'm super busy and I want to focus on what I'm doing, I don't have time to do that, where I will hire someone to do that. Another thing that they do is motivate you. All right, you're down. I don't feel like working out today. Well, they're going to make sure they push you through the program. Why? You set the appointment, you put the money down. So because a lot of people think you need a trainer because you don't know how to exercise, that's not true. Michael Jordan had a coach. All the Olympians have a coach. All of the top performing athletes and boxers all have coaches. So just because you know how to do something or you have the knowledge to do something doesn't mean you can't hire someone to do something. Right. So just because you're good at business doesn't mean you can't have someone better at business coach you. So just because I have a degree in it and certifications in it doesn't mean that I can't hire a trainer to do that part of the work. Okay. So that's one thing that you guys, have to do, because a lot of times men specifically, you guys will say, I'll do it myself because I know how to do it. And then what ends up happening is you try to micromanage every area of your life and you leave little time for you to actually do what you're good at. Okay. You need time to maximize the time to do what you're good at and let other people you delegate, have them focus on doing those things that you already kind of know, but have them do it. So I don't have time to put up crown molding. I may know how to do it, but that might not bring me in the money. But I can focus on the thing that is hone in on that task that can give me money, so I can maximize and hire people and delegate to people to do the meaningless tasks type of thing, or the tasks that don't make me money. So that's what's happening. That's what happens to men. Men get ego. I can lay down floors and I can paint this and I can fix that and I can fix cars. Well, in the meantime, you still have a struggle because you don't know how to maximize your time to efficiently earn money in the areas where you're good at. Okay. So I don't have to fix cars, even though I know how to fix cars. I can still take it to a mechanic. I know how to fix it, but I don't have time to sit up under the hood. I don't have time to run the diagnostics. I don't have time to do that. But I know this person does, and I have confidence that they will. So I will give them that task and go make some money. All right. Anyway, that is a great question, T-Mon Jr. All right. And I'm glad that you asked that. I knew you know the answer, but that's great conversation. And maybe I can clip that for you. All right. Somebody said they're on PayPal. Shout out to you right there. That is money mindset shit. That's that money mindset shit that we have men focus on, because, yeah, man, y'all do it for self, niggas. Y'all do it for self, guys. Sometimes y'all too much doing it for yourself. Okay, too much do it yourself. I can do it by myself. Right? It's too much. And shout out to our brother Martin Muhammad telling me he's on PayPal. He says, I watched your replay last night. What a cook session. You were scorching hot regarding the fallback guy. On a funny note, how does it feel to be the man with the championship Disney? Pause. Still laughing about that. All held the date, April 10th, 2017. It's free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to the Ling Ling. Talking about I had the championship dick. All right. Shout out to them right there. All the ladies say that, by the way, but do I believe it? No. And the reason why, and we'll get back to the main part of the show, women tend to be liars. They're the biggest liars. And I know people are going to call that anti-women and hate for women. No, research has shown us. Insurance companies have done research on this one. Women are liars. They're the biggest liars. Now, they tend to tell small tales. And I'll bring up the data as to back this up. I've done many, many shows on this subject matter. Men are thought to be liars when it comes to women, but they tend to be more honest. Women tend to be liars in order to protect themselves and protect the feelings of the person that they're involved with. So an insurance company, let me pull this up. Insurance company did research. Women lying. I'll pull this up right here. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't expecting to share this, but I'll be able to pull up the data here. But what they showed was that women tend to lie more. And the reason why they do so is, number one, to protect the feelings of the person that they're talking to, male or female, and or to get themselves in a situation of that they're insecurity. So that they feel safe, so that the other person doesn't attack them. And they want the other person to feel good. So they feel that that lie is not damaging to them. So if you're with a woman and she might say to you, oh, you've had the best sex. Well, tomorrow she could be fucking somebody else. That doesn't mean she's not going to fuck somebody else. She might tell you that to get her in a better position for you financially or relationship wise. She might not disclose how she's dating. This is what happens to men when we get into pursuit of women, and then they break our heart. And then we find out, oh, she was with another guy. And you go, why would she lie? Why wouldn't she just tell us? Well, if she told you, that would mess up either her security, her chances to be secure with you. You might hurt her, and or she can't get whatever she's trying to get out of you. She can't get you to do what you were doing to pursue her. So she's got to lie about that. She's got to lie about that. Where women tell 100 lies, men tell bigger lies, all right, big lies to damage women, right? But women expect us to be liars. We expect women to be honest, and then they lie. They tell these lies to string us along. And sometimes they tell us lies and then they get in too deep and they eventually get caught. And then boom, they got to keep moving along with life. But one of the biggest lies or ways that they lie is by omission. Omission, not giving you details, kind of being a little bit secretive, throwing you off the scent, setting up things over here. I'm going to be at my friend's house. She'll tell you 2 days ahead. I'm going to be at my friend's house, and they're two of my female friends. Well, those female friends have two boyfriends, and they're going to be smoking dope and drinking alcohol, and an orgy might ensue. Okay. They might be setting up the orgy. She might tell you about it. She might tell you about a vacation she's going on, but won't tell you that she's going on it with a guy. Okay. She might post an Instagram story about her going on a vacation and never show that vacation included another man. So that's a way that they lie by omission, where they keep this story about their life secretive. Men tend to expose these things. I'm on a vacation with this woman. You see what I mean? Well, if the woman did that, she would actually chase away all her suitors. So that's a lie by omission. She shows all the meals and she shows her leaving the airport. She just never shows the guy. But there's a guy there more than likely. 8 times out of 10, there's a guy financing that. There's a guy there. There's a guy that she met there that she's going to fuck. So that's a lie by omission, if you will. So that's why then when we teach you what to look out for, men tend to be hurt by women due to these lies. Women tend to believe that these lies are meaningless. They're inconsequential. They don't hurt, or they may hurt, but they didn't intend to hurt you. Right? That was just something little. It was just, well, they didn't need to know these type of things. So you better be ready for it 100%. 100%. Yeah, they'll say it's a family vacation and they're going with a guy. Okay. And then when you investigate or inquire about it, they may either just cut bait and say, forget it. You ask them for a picture. Show me a picture of you on vacation with your family. Why do you need that? They may get defensive. Right. Or they may send you an old picture from 2 years ago, family vacation. And if you're not attuned on how to investigate that, then you'll fall for the bait. But this is just kind of how it works with them. This is how they do it. But again, that insurance company did some research based on why women are accustomed to lying so much, so many little lies. And it's centered around not them just being bad and manipulative. It's centered around them trying to keep their security, their safety net, and or making you feel good. All right. I said that so I wouldn't hurt you. I said that so you can feel good about yourself. Little white lies. Yeah, little white lies. Anyway, that's an instruction for you. So I always tell you with them, you got to investigate. Whatever they say, this was based on the championship dick. All right. You got the championship dick. All right. I don't believe none of that shit. All right. Because she'll say that and fuck somebody else tomorrow. She's not going to be hooked on your championship dick. She'll fuck somebody else tomorrow. And another guy will have championship dick over there. All right. All right. Anyway. So I don't never feel great about a woman telling me these things. Yeah, bitch. Yeah. You told the nigga last night the same thing. Oh, no, I haven't had sex in 6 months. Guys, there's no woman that hasn't had sex in 6 months. None. There ain't no woman sitting on some pussy for 6 months. None. If you believe that, I got a bridge in New York to sell you right now. Women don't sit on vagina for 6 months. Now, if we're talking about women, not little girls. All right, not little girls. So we're talking about some 16, 17, 18, 19 to 20. Once they get about 22, 23, they are not sitting on pussy. They ain't using pussy, bro. All right, they're telling you that don't mean that she don't suck no dick and kiss no dude and let the dude lily lick her. All right, and let them finger fuck her and all of that. All right, somebody touched the vagina. All right, somebody touched it, or somebody hit it with a condom and she didn't count it. Please, there ain't no woman sitting on vagina. Are any women in here listening to me that sat on some vagina for 6 months? And if they do, they'll announce it to the internet. I'm on my celibacy journey. You mean abstinence? That's not celibacy. All right. You're not on the celibate journey. You're abstinent. Okay. Where the women that sat on for some vagina for 6 months? Where we at? All right. Where they at? I want to see where they at. Let me see. Swarthy Wizard. A 9-to-5 low-income single, no kids can have leverage. Can a 9-to-5 low-income single with no kids have leverage? Well, your leverage is you're single with no kids. So that's the leverage. All right. But if you were not single or you had kids out of wedlock, then you have less leverage. All right. Less leverage. So that's leverage. But again, you have to find your way to some more leverage. All right. We're giving y'all the boss up information right now. This is what you call wisdom. Not just talk, it's wisdom. Prepare yourself for the battlefield out here. We got Fuck You Boss Up here real quick. And we're going to hear this guy talk about Monaco. All right. It's a billionaire spotted with this young woman in Monaco. They're here. Fuck You Boss Up. Right here on StreamYard. All right. Here we go right here. It says billionaire spotted with this young partner in Monaco. And if you don't know Monaco's a great destination. We have our brother Hakeem that loves to go to Monaco. He's the Monaco professor of the JUCO. And I'm going to be enjoying Monaco maybe in 2026 or 2027. I'm going to hit F1 in Monaco and stay there. They have a certain type of women and certain type of stuff going on there. They got a lot of who-ish bank money going on there. I'm not going to say what race, a lot of yachts, people, a lot of parties. I can't say that. It's very monetized dating there. Let's see what's going on in this particular video on Fuck You Boss Up. Hey.
Listen, fellas, just focus on the business. Your wife's not even born yet. It'll all work itself out.
Okay. All right, damn. Listen off. All right. So what did he say? He says, listen, fellas, just focus on the business. Your wife's not born yet. I
got money.
Shout out to this guy. Gentlemen, what he just said is $1 million worth of game. And I wish I would have known this when I was younger, but this is true. A lot of guys don't want this to be true. And you will spin your wheels doing tactics and running game and watching another person. You're going to spin your wheels and end up with a lot of frustration. First, you get the money, you get the power, then you get the women. That is the proper order of orders of operation. If you do it otherwise, it's going to be a lot of difficulty, a lot of crises. Hold on. Speaking of my personal trainer, she's texting me right now. All right. She's confirming my appointment. All right. Shout out to you right there, because I haven't been in the gym with her for 6 weeks. All right. And yes, I have a female personal trainer. And if you want to know why, super chat me and I'll tell you why. All right. But yes, sometimes your girl is not born yet. I said this years ago where I said the generation of women that are your generation are not your women. They may not be the best women for you, although we have scarcity mindset that tells you do not age gap date. You're a predator. But men tend to do well when they're successful and have leverage when they're with women and they're successful of a different generation. When you are with the women of your same generation, the women will see the balance of power as somewhat equal. somewhat equal, so that then when you try to provide instruction to her, she's going to look at you as a competitor. She's going to say, well, why should I listen to you? Because I know just as much as you. I was born around the same time as you. We have the same culture and life. So then you're trying to get her to submit and you're trying to get her to do these things. But the problem is she looks at you as on your level. Now, when you're younger and she's older, she's going to more mother you. So she's actually looking to have that misplaced parenting role that she doesn't have no longer with her children of older and aged out, where you're going to need her so she can parent you. That gives her a little bit of power and leverage as well. So you might be thinking now, you know, she might cook and clean for you, but you have her, you're dependent on her in a sense. When it's the opposite way, they tend to be more willing to submit or do what you tell them to do. But now other people will call that grooming. Now the balance of power is thrown off. So this actually gives women a lot of scares. They're scared. They're vulnerable when they feel like the power dynamic is off. They feel like they don't have the power. But this is probably more beneficial to you. And it's beneficial to them too, but they'll rebel against it. But like he said, the women that you probably are going to be more successful with probably aren't even born yet. Now, of course, if you're 50, she probably should be born. Okay. But if you're in your 30s, your 20s, she's probably not even born yet. She's probably not even born yet. And I know people feel a little bit a certain way about that, but that's just the truth. And women that actually know this and do well with this and well with this balance of power, they're going to do fine with this. The women that don't and they want to be, you know, I want somebody on my level, or they would like want the rich guy on her level maturity wise. Or they'll deal with guys that say they have money, but they're immature and they maybe not find value. But all women are going to need a man at some particular point. They're going to crave someone to be a leader. So they will pick a guy that is on her level or weaker than her, but then they'll be frustrated when he doesn't step up and lead. Anyway, shout out to that guy right there. Fuck you, boss up. Oh, man. That was the only video related to that? Okay, interesting. Interesting. We got Rachel Rizz coming up. Rate their Rizz. Okay, where we got Rachel Rizz. Rate their Rizz. Woman upset that men don't cold approach women in the club anymore. She called them scary ass men. We're going to see what this woman's talking about here. Anybody else go to the club today anymore? All right. You guys go to the club still? That if y'all still go to the club. All right. So we got this light-skinned butter pecan woman here called these men scary ass men. This is another example of what I was talking about. So even though these women seem to be successful and make their own money and have their own independence or sense of independence, a woman's always going to need a man to be a leader. This is what I was just talking about. Now, some women will always, you guys will disagree with me on principle, but when I give you an example, then y'all have to be like, well, yeah, that's right. So I don't care what the woman is. She could be older than you. She could be more successful than you. She could have more money. She's still going to need a man to do what a man does. So this is an example of what I'm talking about. She still wants the man to step up and lead and cold approach and be the first one to take the first step. A woman's always going to need a man. She's always going to need a man to do what men do. This is an example. Okay. So she might pick a guy who's less than her just to have leverage, but she's going to still want that guy to be a man. All right. So here we go right here. She called the man scary ass men for not approaching in the club. Here we go.
Men don't come up to you. Not even. Nobody comes up to you in the club. Nobody comes up to you in the club. They be scary as fuck, and I don't understand why. Men don't come up to you. Not even. Nobody comes up to you in the club.
All right. And so one thing you'll hear from women. All right. And there you go. Right. Look at this. Look at this Jezebel right here. I mean, she's all marked up. Look at a hand tattoo. I mean, when a woman is marked up on the chest, face, or hands, all right, she gone. All right. Just so you know, man, this woman is gone. All right. That doesn't mean you can't mess with them on a monetized dating marketplace. But trust me, this is not wife material. This certainly ain't girlfriend material. This is definitely sugar baby or below. This is, yeah, bro. All right. That woman is gone, traumatized, scarred. All right. It is what it is. See, this woman gone and throwing the middle finger up. This is not a lady. You are my lady. Yeah, she cooked in terms of relationship material, and she got, look, big hoop earrings. The bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe. All right, but anyway, she'll make a good time in bed. I'll still hit. All right, so here's the thing. She's saying the men don't approach in the club, and there's a bunch of things working there. There's a lot of things, punching things working here. All right, but the club allows them to come to the club broke and get drinks, right? Get drinks. So you're approaching, but the idea of you approaching comes with resources, right? Not just conversation. It comes with, hey, buy a lady a drink, buy my friend a drink. So the fact that the men aren't approaching, then the woman can't get any alcohol. She's like, hey, I came here to the club. Where's my free drinks? All right. Some women can go to the club and get 10 free drinks. She's getting none, but she's saying that the men aren't approaching because they're scared. But where you're having, this is where you're going to have the problem. And the comment section is going to kind of ferret this out here, because now you have a major problem with this mindset right here. This man says that energy right there is why. Yeah, just because you're a woman and you show up with negative energy and you want men to approach, the men know what they're approaching and know what they're getting into. There's no more secrets. So it's not that they're scared of approaching. It's because the type of woman that they're approaching is not going to be, the type, they're not getting any reciprocity there. They're just getting used for drinks, and those guys don't want to get used for drinks. And it says women don't miss being approached. They miss rejecting men. That's a major fact. So the approach game requires that men get rejected 97% of the time. Some women find fun and favor in rejecting men. Like, part of the process of women going out scantily clad or going out to house parties and parties is to turn down men, right? And then they go to the next day talking about how many men they turned down. All right, we turned down that guy, a tall guy, a short guy, a fat guy, a bum guy, a broken, busted teeth guy, a fat guy, an old guy. They'll talk about all the men they turned down, and you say, who did you accept there? You went out to do this activity. You know men were going to approach you, but you went and shut down 98% of the guys, maybe 99, sometimes 100% of the guys. And then they brag about all the guys that approached them. All right, these guys approached and he was a sucker. His breath stank. He was this. Men know this inherently, so they know this is part of the game. Why am I going to approach? There's no sense of pride in approaching when we know women find value in rejecting men. They actually get currency in rejecting men. So most men know that. You don't miss men approaching. You miss men. You miss the ability to reject men. Okay. There's even men that they accept. Okay, I accepted this guy and he bought drinks and it was a good conversation, but I don't give my number to guys at nightclubs. But he was nice and it was all for naught. It was all for naught. So guys have made this mistake. Of course, I see a lot of more older people going to nightclubs. They're still holding on to this youthful idea of going to nightclubs. I don't think it's completely pathetic, but come on, man. Y'all need to go to lounges and chill a little bit. Every now and then a nightclub is cool. But guys know this part of the game inherently, and they know that's a part of the thing, and they just not going to engage in it. They're not going to engage in it as much. And no amount of name calling and bullying, lame, square, scary ass men is going to make men participate in this thing, because that culture is pretty much dead. This guy says, I'd rather play my video games and keep all my money. This guy says she's a single mom too. I checked her TikTok. Not a surprise. She's a single mom, recreational use only. Soon as they approach her, she twists her face up. I promise you. How many people experience that? And all men experience that. Even the guys that run game and cold approach. When you approach the woman, she goes, that whole humiliation, that whole humiliating part of the approach where the woman goes, ugh, or she looks at her friend, or they laugh, or they do things like this. And let me just tell you, that is highly an American culture feature. It can be present in Latin America, but not as much. When I'm in Latin America or Central America, Latin America, when I'm in Asia, when I'm in Europe, the rejection is not as vicious. All right. It is not that part of the game where the women can reject you outright and embarrass you and humiliate you. Now, I will add this. The embarrassment and humiliation is not much about you. It's more about the friends. It's more about her social circle. So they're in a game of trying to reject as many men as possible to get validated. So if she accepts you, she's got to report back to her friends as to why she accepted you. let's say you're short, you got your hairlines fucked up, you're bald, you're fat, you're old, you're broke looking, and she says, "Oh, this nice guy approached me." Well, her friends are gonna say, "Girl, you picked him," and then she has to explain that. So now she has to go, "Nah, man, I'm gonna turn them down." Now let me tell you why I know this is true, because let's just say later on, immediately you approached another woman and that woman accepted you. She's gonna feel a certain way. She's gonna be like, "Damn, I turned him down and he's with another woman." And that woman seemed to accept him, and she might feel a certain way about it. We showed you videos of women rejecting men, and that man immediately going to another woman, and that other woman say, "Hey, he just approached me, but you rejected him. Why are you cock blocking me now that this other woman accepted me?" You see what I mean? And so you didn't like me. You twisted up your face. But now this other woman's taking my drink and having a conversation, and here you come cock blocking me, talking about this man is just asked me out and just hit on me. So it's not necessarily that she rejects you. Sometimes she has to save face with her friends because they came up with the game. We just gonna use these niggas and get free drinks, and we ain't giving out numbers, and we just gonna come out here broke and not take any dude. Well, if she just takes the first guy that comes up and she's all in his face, her friends are gonna be like, "Yo, like, what are you doing?" And she's got to report back to her friends as to why she accepted this conversation and this drink from this guy. So that's part of the rejection game that goes on. This is part of the animal social elements, sociology of the animals that happens. And this is part of the social pressure that goes in with this. Now, people know this inherently. They don't know how to explain it, but this happens, right? This happens. And this one's here, a woman says, "In all honesty, she's the type of female that if a dude was to walk up to her, she would be quick to pull out her phone saying she is being harassed." That's the next level of it. These guys, bum niggas walking up to me at the club, harassing me. Okay, how about that? And this is even a woman acknowledging that. These guys out here all on my neck, they breathing down my neck, they be all in my ear, they be touching me, harassing me, they be all in. So this is part of the game that's I call the if you will, there's something I say, this is the part of it that is disingenuous, where the women are disingenuous about what's going on. We know what happens. Some women will want men to approach, but they want a certain type to approach. So they're saying all men are welcome to approach, but then when 90% of the men approach, they're quick to find a reason as to why it's uncomfortable for her. Yeah, well, he made it weird and he was touching my shoulder. He was too touchy-feely. It would have been okay if he was less touchy-feely. And then you have a complaint. Now you opened yourself up to an invitation to hear some sort of complaint. She might start recording you, or she might report you. She might just call you some sort of creep. He was creepy about it. Yeah, man, that's kind of what happens there. Unfortunately, this is part of why there's a conversation as to why men don't approach anymore. Also, younger men are more prone to approach now because there's less fear of being rejected. What do they have to lose? So women will say younger men are the ones approaching more, and older men or men their age aren't approaching more. Well, that's because men who have nothing to lose will more likely approach more. Right? Like if I have 10 girlfriends, I don't mind approaching an 11th one. Like it's nothing to lose. If I walk up to her and she says no, all right, fuck it. All right, I got 10 other girls over here. Whereas if I have no girl and all of my future pussy depends on this one woman that I'm approaching, I'm going to be a little bit more, maybe a little bit more anxious about approaching her. And this is where women get into the conversation about, why do I always end up with players? Because players don't have any anxiety about approaching women. Men with nothing to lose have no anxiety about approaching women. They have nothing to lose by approaching you. Whereas if I'm just be like, damn, all right, I'm just trying to get a date, a good conversation. Maybe I could get her number and maybe there's a future and maybe I'll get late. When you don't have anything, approaching becomes very much a difficult task. Like, wow, man, well, what happens if she says no? What happens if I get the number? How do I get the number off of her? This is why women tend to end up with men who have more women and more hoes, because those guys have nothing to lose by her saying no. So he'll open his mouth up with no problem. 100%. All right. With that being said, we're going to find some Rizz. Who wants to see some Rizz? Some Rizzilla here. Let me see. We got some game here. We're going to start off with some country Bama bumpkin game right here. We got George H.W. Bush cold approaching some sisters. All right. So let's see how this works here. You're barely going to hear him, but let's see the game.
60 freeway.
No.
Look how soft you are.
Joey, stop.
Oh, God. Could you imagine me on the inside of them thighs?
Joey, I got to go.
Okay, I'm trying to get you to give me opportunities.
No, I don't.
Oh, he right in them eyes.
I don't want no man.
Look.
I don't do man. I haven't been with a man in 13 years. I don't want no man.
Look, I'll be whatever you want.
Ooh, wait.
I'll be whatever you want. A little puppet, you know.
No, I don't.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Colonel Sanders. All right, chill out, bro. Now, gentlemen, black men, let me just tell you, man, your women don't belong to you. And it's historically, they've never belonged to you. Back in the day, this white man on the plantation would have had this little pickaninny all folded up on a bale of hay. All right, knocking her ass up Sally Hemings style. All right, these white men used to pick your little black women up ever since they was teenage girls and Sally Hemings they ass. All right, so these white men used to rule over these little strags. All right, ask that dude, the DJ Pope down in South Carolina. All right, they used to rule over the black women, used to have their bodies and all that, they mind and all that. Now he out here doing he bringing it back to the remember the time when we fell in love. He begging and pleading to the symphony on her. He put it on her, and look at her face. She going, y'all. Don't get it twisted. She want to go. She want to go with old Colonel Sanders. She want to go down there and see the Kentucky Derby. She want to go down there and see the Kentucky Derby. She want to go there with Foghorn Leghorn. He begging. He wants some of them black cakes. He don't want no uncooked cinnamons. He need them a little pickaninnies.
I don't need none of that. Joey.
Oh.
I'm trying to help you.
Help me out.
I'm trying.
Help you.
Damn.
No, she cannot.
Pretty little thing over where we can do. Hey.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Look at him. He laying it on thick. Sugar daddy, man. I'm going to tell you, man, these sugar daddies be having these black women. All right. They be having them, pumping them, dumping them for $250, $300, dropping their ass back off to the bottoms, to the other side of the tracks. Hey, man, he putting pressure on this woman. He putting some pressure on her.
I'm telling you, extra.
Joey, get in that car.
Think about what could, oh my God, if you just, and you know what, Joey's right. I just need to take a break and relax and just let it all at you.
Oh, let it all out. Look at her. And she going, let me tell you, man, where's the idea that he's a predator? Because if this was a black man doing this to a young black woman, they would be calling him a predator, right? If this was an older black man and doing this to a young black woman, they'd be like, he a pedophile, he a predator. But it's kind of cute and endearing that George is doing this to this little pickaninny, right? And she wetter than the Niagara Falls. She counting the money right now that she gonna take and get some Pall Malls and some Newports, all right, afterwards, and a pack of zigzags. She gonna be at the dispensary with George's money.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, and he don't look rich, but he probably got a little bit of money. He'll trick it on her.
Body.
No, you don't need to let nothing out of my body.
Just let me hey, I'm telling you, make your legs shaky.
Joey, I got to go.
To beg me to get off of that thing. You hear me?
You gonna have to beg me to get off of that thing. Whew, goodness.
Yeah, that brother's
all right,
starving.
rate his Rizz. That is some. Woof, that is some 1980s begging. That's some Freddie Jackson's begging, boy. That's some Motown 25 begging. Rate his Rizz. Do you think men should apply that much pressure these days? Now, if that was a black man, she would be calling him thirsty and all kinds of stuff. I'm just telling you.
Brother's starving.
Rate his Rizz, man. Hey, man, when I get his age, I might be putting pressure on these little straggles too. Woof. You're going to be begging me to get off that thing, he said. All right, that might be some real Rizz. All right, what we got right here? We got rate their Rizz. Here we go right here. W or L. grocery store Rizz. Torta Rizz. Hello. I got a torta just like this. All right. She good too. She a nasty girl too. All right. Here we go right here. We got Torta Rizz. Let's do it.
Can I add you to my morning routine? You know how to cook and clean? What's up? What's your name, baby? Like fall, winter? You from Earth? Yeah, I ain't never seen nothing like you before. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh,
I'm from LA.
LA.
Shit, get into the money.
What?
Dallas. Just quick pit stop by. Yeah, I don't really do Instagram though. I'm a businessman.
Okay. So she going too. She got hand tattoos. She gone. She's like 26 and older. This is a whore right here, but it's all good. She gonna be nasty. I mean, she got a lot of neck tattoos. She says she from Dallas again, and he says he's from LA. All right, and she ready to go, and there's probably a boyfriend in there somewhere. He's from LA. He said he's a businessman in Walmart. Nope. All right, yeah. I'm from LA. I'm a businessman. She don't care about none of that, bro. This woman has fucked less than businessmen. Okay, she's done the nasty for way less. All right, she's done the nasty for way less in motel rooms for a bag of weed. All right, in hostels, she's done way less, bro.
Let me get your number. Is that cool? I'm not too big on social media like that. Why you want to do Instagram? You want me to be your fan or something? Let me put it in my notes. And I'm gonna download it back and I'll follow you and shit.
Her boyfriend's gotta be there.
Shit, that's what I'm looking to see. Buy some burgers or something slight. TJ.
This woman gets high on the daily.
It's getting cold out. Oh, yeah? Okay. Shit, nah. I need you to help me find.
Ooh, she got a big fan.
Awesome. For sure.
Definitely got children built like that.
All right, for sure. I'm gonna hit you though.
Look at that rump. Goodness gracious. Let's give her the woo. Yes. She got that torta. She got that tortellini. That is a full 100 grade A Texas torta. Hello. All right. That's Backshots torta right there. Rate the Rizz. I think he was doing way too much. All right. You didn't have to do all that. All right. You could have waved 150 and she would have done some nasty shit to you. All right. You did a little bit too much hollering. And that's an example of what I talk about with cold approach dudes. You're doing way too much for that. All right. That woman is way too much. She was ready to go on the when you were talking. You didn't even have to leave with businessman. She ain't never seen a businessman in her life. Maybe she has, but all right, way too much. Rate is Rizz on that one. And on this mate selection, I've been telling y'all for a long time, guys that brag about they got game, they be shooting low and doing way too much for low grade material. All right, but let's take you to this one here. We got more Rizz. We got about an hour of Rizz, y'all. So buckle up your seatbelt. We got about an hour of Rizz. All right, he didn't do too bad though, but you know, she was bottom of the barrel. She was a Snow Tuesday. All right, what we got here? We got grocery store Rizz. Why is it always the grocery store here? Walmart.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Oh, another one.
Damn, do you always look that pretty? Shit. Do you always look that pretty? You got a man by chance?
I do not.
Oh, can I get your number by chance? Like, you look good as fuck. Like, no, I'm serious. Like, I'm trying to take you on a date type shit for sure.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
20.
Hey, I'm legal. That's all it is, baby. Shit, I'm legal. Hey, you can take.
My son is 18.
You can just keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Hey, if you want to text me back, then you text me back. But
okay, so again, I always tell you, man, look, I've been saying this for years. A lot of guys that say they cold approach, a lot of guys that they say they got game, this is what they're doing. I'm just letting you know, more than likely, this is low-hanging fruit. And they be like, I get it for free. More than likely, this is it. And they go above and beyond with the compliments. This is what we were talking about earlier, where dudes are being less than direct. All right. And they're being predatory. This is predatory behavior. You can do this. You don't have to do it like this. You don't have to give them overwhelming amount of confidence and do this and target older women that got kids your age by telling them they're attractive and pretty. And then you say you fuck for free. This is crazy. This is crazy, but a lot of these guys where you see that they're doing this, they're almost aiming low and hitting. Most of the time, they're aiming low and missing. But this is another example. I'm going to show you men approaching attractive women as well. I'm going to show you that as well, but I'm going to keep it even. But yeah, he's approaching a woman that's probably 20 years older than her. She going, but if she doesn't go, there's a small chance that she goes. But if she doesn't go, this is the type of woman that brags about younger men hitting on them. Okay. Say she rejects him, or she never calls him back, or she just makes it difficult, because he's not going to hit this easy. He's going to have to do a whole bunch of phone macking, a whole bunch of talking, a whole bunch of hanging out, a whole bunch of dating in the back of a restaurant. All right, hiding her, trying to get her to slide through. It's going to be difficult to get the pussy off of her. But when he does, he's going to get it. But this is the type of woman that then, if I'm dating her on Tinder or Bumble, she's going to talk about young men approaching her. Young men approach me all the time. But it'll be these type of guys. Okay, just to let you know. And I'm like, this is why then we talk about hoflation. And dudes will say tricking messes up the marketplace, but I'm always telling you it's the cold approach guys that then throw off the marketplace, then complain that these type of women reject them. These type of women rejecting them. What's their problem? The problem is when you aim low and miss or hit, these women's minds are going to go crazy because they're going to think that they have a whole bunch of options. They're going to think that they have a lot of options. Young men approach me all the time. I turn down young guys all the time. They want to fuck on me, and you better get your shit straight because there's a guy always approaching me. Just to let you know, I'm telling you, this messes up the hoflation way worse than anything. Way worse than tricking, way worse than pay for play. It's way worse. Because you got to, everybody that tries to date her after the fact has got to deal with her believing that younger men still think she's valuable. Let's continue. You
know, I wanted to learn. Like,
What's your name?
My name's Jamal.
Jamal?
Yeah, Jamal. Nice to meet you, Rizzy. Shit. What you like to eat?
What do I like to eat?
Yeah.
What do you like to eat? Anything.
Yeah. Excuse me. Damn, do you always look that pretty?
You always look that pretty. Starting off with a compliment. You know, these guys will say that they don't do that, but that's what they do. They started off with a compliment. Do you always look this pretty? But when I said cold approach guys are predatory, some of y'all disagreed. That's predatory. Is she pretty? On a scale of 1 to 10, if you were going to use the compliment, do you always look this pretty? Would you throw it at her? The answer is no. Now, if that's the only thing that I'm looking at today, okay. But we know that's not true. So it's predatory behavior, right? He's only saying that because he's trying to prey on her. So let's go to a situation where a guy is not approaching a low-hanging fruit, just to show you that, yes, guys do approach attractive women. We have a guy named Madison. I believe this guy actually tried to steal my meat, money, energy, attention, and time, and call it team. All right, but let's see him in Las Vegas. He calls it the Vegas secret swagger every man needs.
On vacation with my girlfriend. So.
She can come. She can watch.
Oh my god. Oh wait, what? Wait, what?
I don't know where that came from. She was looking at me and she said inappropriate things.
No, please don't break my heart.
See, this is why. I thought you were an independent woman like Beyonce.
I am independent.
I approve of the cocktail dress. It was cute.
Thank you. I'm glad you like. I chose it out especially for you.
You won't even like.
Can I please have your number?
Sorry, say it again.
Can I please have your phone number?
All right, so we got a woman here. This is Vegas. And I please have your phone number. So he's in a higher end event in a higher end hotel, and this is not a fat woman, and he's using a more passive approach, more gentleman, genuine approach. He's not being aggressive, and she's asking for the number as well. Rate is Rizz. And I'm gonna tell you, man, most of these cold approach guys, especially bad guys, they're gonna always approach white women or Latinas. They're never gonna do this on black women. Very rarely ever will you see them doing this to black women. Let's continue.
And I'll hear from you soon.
There's a reason why.
I don't know, because on vacation with my girlfriend, so
She can come. She can.
All right. So what do you think about this? What do you think about this? Rachel Rizz, when you see a black dating coach, he's almost always never going to do it against black women. Or they're always going to do it against Latinas, Asians, and whites. Why? Because those women tend to be less aggressive when they turn you down. So, and they're always going to be mid. They're not going to be highly attractive white women. They're going to be middle level. This woman's a decent woman, by the way. She's decent looking. All right. What do you think about his Rizz, though? He's using a passive, non-aggressive, allowing her to do the work because he's done the work leading up to it, meaning he's clean, he's appropriately dressed. He also is in a higher end venue. So she is pretty much being able to judge him based on that, opening up the opportunity for her to ask for the phone number. I think he's done the work ahead, so he has to say less. He said less. Rate his Rizz on that one. Yeah, he's not a broke guy. He's presenting himself well. He's clean, and he's in a venue that brokies aren't in. So she's already like, okay, this guy is validated. He's verified socially. All right, so then she's like, she's begging for him. And also, he looks good. He's tall. By the way, he tried to steal my meat term, by the way. Pause. Rate his Rizz. Okay, we have more. We got about an hour of Rizz. We have a brother approaching black women. It's not a black guy, though. But we have a brother somewhere in Texas named King Ka rizzing up tortas. King Ka rizzing up. They called it tortas. I see black women. All right. I don't see Torta. Maybe the one in the middle is a Torta. All right. But let's see what this guy does. We have a non-black guy approaching what I would call black women. Here we go.
Talk Queen's mad beautiful. What's your name, Queen?
I'm Raya.
Oh, what are you doing?
Where?
Look at Talk Queen. Y'all ever heard that saying? I never seen three pretty best friends. I seen him right now. I see three queens right next to me. Like, I love them. I love them.
Never number.
Yeah, heck yeah. You never heard of King Cup?
No.
They call me the Torta Hunter. You ever heard of a torta? I love me some tortas, cuz. Like,
are you calling me a torta?
Ma'am, you are Torta. I mean, you a whole Kool-Aid picture. I mean, look at that gun. I mean, she said, are you calling me a Torta? Ma'am, do you have any self-awareness? Okay. You know you're a Torta. Look at that gun. You're a Torta. And he's a short guy. He's definitely aiming low. These are all three Straggs. And he's aiming for the Torta. But he's the Torta hunter. Yeah, he is the Torta hunter.
you got me a better act up, cuz. To let y'all know, y'all Talk Queen's mad beautiful. What's your name, Queen?
And of course, the Rizz starts with a compliment. I mean, where men complain about hoflation, the Rizz started with the compliment. You're mad beautiful and this and that. What do you think about his Rizz there? And he's a Torta hunter, so he's literally saying, I'm going to aim as low as I possibly can to hit. Out of all three of the women he aimed for, he got the Torta. All right, shout out to these women there. Rate his Rizz. All right, we're having fun with this one here. How many more Rizzes do I got? I got 4, 5. I got 5 more Rizzes, so buckle your seatbelt right here. We got grocery store. We're going back to the grocery store. Okay, grocery store. I guess it's a good place for people to pick up Rizz content here. So we're going back to the grocery store, and we have Rachel Rizz at the checkout line. All right, the checkout line. We have Julian here. Let me see what we got. Unmute it, and let's go.
You have a boyfriend? No? Very beautiful. What's your name?
That's right.
That's okay. Julian. Can I talk to you when you're done paying? I'm just gonna meet you at the front.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm sorry. You said Brittany? Is it?
Julian?
Yeah. I'll get it. Where are you? Here.
That's nice. Okay, will you hold up for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. I can carry it or you can carry it. It's up to you.
It's okay, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah,
You strong?
Yeah,
you look strong. My goodness, here, let me carry this for you. No, absolutely not. I don't like watching you struggle. I'm about to get an MRI. Ooh.
What's your meniscus?
I fell for you in my dreams. No, I'm just kidding.
Like the most amount I've ever looked at UTV.
Hey, then it's meant to be for real, huh?
I guess.
How can I get you at your best if I can accept you at your worst, right?
True. So
Come on.
Okay, most of this right there. This is she's going. She's available. She's single, and you can see in the conditions she's in. She ain't bad, but it ain't the best. He's being very complimentary. He's on his level, and I think he's doing a good job. He's being aggressive. Like he's carrying the bags. He's being a gentleman, if you will. A lot of guys will call this simping. I get it. I understand it. But again, a lot of these cold approach guys, this is what happens. A lot of these cold approach guys will be talking about, oh, I just come up here and these women just want me. Where then when you see them approach, it's opposite. He's playing nice, aka he's playing a character, right? He's being deceptive. This is not his true self. His only intention is to fuck her. He's not using mode 1 and being direct. He's lying about how he is. I'm the type of guy that carries stuff to the bag. Bags to the trunk. I'm helpful. Soon as he busts a nut, he's gonna dip. He's gonna pump and dump her, which I call predatory. That's predatory behavior. Now, if he's a gentleman through and through, then it would be opposite. But he's not. He's just trying to get the number. He's just trying to fuck. And then once he fucks, he's gonna skate on her, and then she's gonna be hurt, and then he's gonna go on to the next. But I think she's ready to go. So it's working. What he's doing is working. This is why we're rated high. Okay. But again, a lot of you guys think you should do less than this. All right. I'm not going to do any of this. I just want to approach her, get to number, and walk off. And then hopefully have sex with her. But she is going.
No, New Year's coming up. You got any resolutions?
So I'm a DJ music producer. I'm about to be putting out more music. That's my resolution.
That's good.
Yeah, what
My
about
resolution is to come up with a solution with me not having a girlfriend yet.
Oh, yeah?
And you're beautiful. So I'm definitely have to approach. I saw you once.
I saw you too, but I didn't make eye contact.
All right. So she said she's acknowledging the fact that a lot of women do see you and that they're not going to be the first to speak, that you do have to speak up. Even though she said she saw him, sometimes women will look at us. Women will see us, but not look at us. And we're waiting for a choosing signal, but she was wide open. And then we don't get the choosing signal and you don't approach. So there's a way that has to work. You have to be able to vet that out. But she's saying I was wide open. I was willing if you came up and approached. She wasn't going to be the first one to open her mouth. But as he opened his mouth, she was going. Because she said, I did see you. I just didn't make eye contact. Women are not visual like that. We're visual where we have to stare her down and we have to get her. We have to stare at her until she stares at us. Women can see you without looking at you, right? They'll look in the reflection in the mirror or a glass. They'll see you from further away than when you were. They'll kind of scope the scene out way beforehand. And that's what she said she did. I saw you. I just didn't look directly at you. Yep. The side eye. She's scoping you while you're not paying attention. So she's ready to go. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay.
I look bad. I was like, I can't.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, well, here, I'll text you.
Yeah.
And then I'll definitely see you.
Okay.
All right, let me get a hug.
Yeah. All right.
Do you like your back
smell
pops?
good too.
Thank you.
All right, she went for the smell. Again, she's using all her senses and she's doing a lot of complimenting back. He definitely folded this up.
I do.
But hold on though. Hold on. Wait, no, watch, let me show you. Because you're gonna give me a hug? No, with your purse over your shoulder?
Purse over my shoulder and everything?
Yeah, well, now watch. Hug and then deep breath.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice, good pop, a good handshake. Like that's smooth. All right, I'll text you. All right.
So for the people here who want to know about cold approach and they want to know about simping and all of this stuff and mode 1 and what CGA uses as a tactic trick, would you call what he's doing simping? Because many guys will call that simping. Okay, I wouldn't call it simping, but guys will call what he's doing simping. Okay, they would be like, man, you were way too much over complimentary. Where my hug at? He's being way over complimentary. He's telling her she's beautiful every chance he can get. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do to get her. Some dudes will be like, man, he giving her way too much free validation and so forth and so on. He's kissing her on the hand. All right, is that Rizz game or is that simping? All right, you guys have to qualify that. But she's ready to go. I think he's talking way too much. He already got her. I think he needs to just go ahead and get out of Dodge before he fucks it up, because he can still fuck that up. But he definitely got her 100%. Rate his Rizz.
Bye. You too.
Excuse me. And to be honest with you, Brittany, yeah, she ain't bad. She's subpar. She a little raggedy. She a little raggedy, but that's not a bad get. It's decent. And she probably cleans up a little bit better. She probably soggy around the midsection. Rate the Rizz. Rate the Rizz. That ain't a bad get. That's it. It could be way worse. All right, we got more Rizz here. All right, how you guys like playing this game? We got more Rizz here. We got some more Rizz. That's not a bad get by him. I rated a little bit high. All right, Rachel. Oh, by the way, somebody asked, is the guy tall or handsome? Because then people start saying the success is related on him being tall or handsome. Let's take a look at the guy. We're going to take a look at the guy. Okay, so this is the guy that was just rizzing up Britney. Yep. Yeah. So, in my opinion, shout out to Julian. He's 3 points higher than her. In terms of attraction, he's way more attractive than her, pause. Like, this is a mismatch. This is a layup for him. And I'm of the opinion that he didn't even have to do half as much. Like you said, now you see why she said, I saw you, but I didn't look directly at you. Okay, because he doesn't appear short. He looks muscular. He's definitely a mulatto or racially ambiguous. He's got nice curly hair. Like, yeah, he's not a ugly guy. So it was a layup. In terms of what he was shooting at, he was aiming at low-hanging fruit comparatively, in my opinion. I'm not hating on the guy. He got her. Okay. He did an extra lot to be looking like this to get Britney. So what do you think about his Rizz now, knowing that this was the person on the other side of the Rizz? Now, most of us are way uglier than this nigga. We way less buffer. We way uglier. We way shorter. And us doing that to Britney would have definitely different consequences. So Britney was going. Britney was going. Rate his Rizz compared to that now, based on the fact that you know that that's the guy who was doing the Rizz. Now you see why Britney was going. All right. Britney was going easily. Most women would have gone for that. Most women would have gone for that guy. All right. Anyway, yeah. Look, no, y'all deducting points now because of that's the guy Rizzing. Look at that. Y'all negative Rizz now. Look at that. Look at how interesting. And I love that. Now you saying his Rizz was less based on the fact that you know that that's what the guy was doing. That's what he looks like. Yeah, man. Because most of the time he will probably win on any woman that's a 6 or below. But if you were Rizzing, most of us were Rizzing her, we wouldn't have got anything. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this one here. Rate the Rizz on this one. Some people like this segment. Some people don't. Let's see what we got here.
Hey, excuse me. Cute saber for a cute queen. For you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, my name is James.
I'm Susan.
You Susan?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, lovely. What do you do besides being beautiful?
I work at a construction company.
Oh, you work at a construction company? Are you like ever free?
No. I'm actually married.
You're married?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gentlemen, this is what I'm telling y'all, man. So the cold approach guys again getting the L. He gave her way too many compliments here for her to be dressed up like this. Shopping, of course, her shopping cart looks like she's married. It's full, and it got a whole bunch of tombstone pizzas and shit. This woman ain't shaved her vagina or sucked her husband off at all in weeks. This woman ain't washed her hair in weeks. Her leg got prickly hair on it. That's why she got them sweats on. And he walked up to her with a teddy bear and talked about how pretty she was. And she's married. This is why then married women go home to their husbands talking about she still got options out here. There's a guy that'll treat me well. And now the husband's got to deal with the fact that these niggas out here, again, like I tell you, they commit so much hoflations and sins out here. It's ridiculous. Then they will call dudes simps and scared of approaching and all of these things and tricks when look at what they're doing to the marketplace. Look at what they're doing. This is crazy. This is crazy to be overly complimentary of this 46-year-old woman, damn near 50. All right, look at this lumpy ass rump right here. Look at this. This woman smelled like a wet dog and a chicken.
Hey, excuse me. Cute saber for a cute queen.
Look at this, bruh. Wowzers. She balding in the top, head balding. I mean, she balding, thinning hairline. She gone. She gonna need some Rogaine, all of that. She has given up on life. This woman is giving up on life. I don't think a nigga has approached her in years, bro. So she is thoroughly confused as to what's going on here. What? She halfway drunk. She drunk off that jack. All right. She drunk off that jack going to the grocery store all at the middle of the midnight just to get away from her husband. Okay, but Rizz, game. I'm telling you, the problem I find with guys that promote cold approach and game and Rizz is statistically, this is going to be if you tell a man approach 100 women in any time frame, 60 of them are going to look like that. Just statistically, they're not going to be attractive women because there's not that many attractive women to approach 100 women. So you're going to approach slump busters, booger wolves, cockeyed, knock-kneed monsters. You just statistically, there's not 100 attractive women unless you're on a college campus. So yeah, that's what's going to happen. So then you're going to hoflate them and completely disturb the whole damn sexual marketplace by opening your mouth. Okay, let me continue here. Let me continue here. We got 3 more Rizzes. I know this is a long ass segment, but I thought it was fun or funny. A lot of guys throwing game, running game out here. You just got to have game and spin plates. Statistically, you're going to have slump busters. Okay, here we go here. Rachel Rizz. This is the same guy who just approached the previous woman. Yes, this is the same guy. So this is the same guy. Here we go.
Yo, baby, you single?
Yes, she's single as fuck.
You single? You want to go inside? Oh, shit. What's your name?
My name's Paul.
Your name, Jake? You like black guys?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Let me get your number real quick. Hold this point, bro. No. Put your shit in real quick. Let me see. Some beautiful eyes, too. Damn.
Her pants can't even buckle up. The whole pants. Her pants can't even buckle. And here's the thing. This is where then guys say, I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. But he would. A lot of dudes are smashing.
Is your natural hair, too?
No, it's a wig.
It's a wig?
I was just playing. It's my real hair.
I'm about to say, like, shit.
That. Wowzers. I mean, he on it too, and her friends know she's single as fuck. So she's single, she's somewhat desperate, low self-esteem, and this type of thing. And soon as he approached, yep, take her off our hands.
If I pull that shit don't come off.
Like, take a look. I mean, listen, not saying I ain't gonna hit. I'm just saying, right? Not saying I've never done this type of activity, but yeah, man, the cold approach and provide overly complimentary is kind of out of control here.
Yo, baby, you single?
Yes, she is. She's single as fuck.
You single? You want to go inside? Oh, shit.
And the other women, they all fat.
What's your name?
Look at this. What's going on with the pants? What is this here? What is this here? What's going on here? Busted Pillsbury biscuit can. I mean, yeah. And they all high. And there's niggas behind her. So we already know what's going on here. Let's take a look at the gentleman approaching here. Rate his Rizz. Rate his Rizz. Let's take a look at the gentleman doing the approaching. Okay, what do you think he looks like? We know he's black. There it is right there. So what do you think? He doesn't look short. He looks tall. I wouldn't say he's ugly. Right? He's young. This is a decent looking guy. He's in shape. Take a look. Take a look at what we got. So when I tell you again, that's low-hanging fruit. That would definitely be low-hanging fruit for sure. And he told her how beautiful she was, knowing that she's melting out of her pants there. But then when you guys sit there and go, well, you know, these women turn us down and they act like they got all these options. Well, I always tell you, well, they kind of do. You don't realize the amount of men that will go above and beyond to get some free pussy, right? To get some free pussy. So let's say he's a 7 or a 6. He going to hit everything 4 and below. We already know that. But dudes will deny it on here, and then they will say, well, I got game and I get free pussy. Well, I'm telling you, that's the free pussy they're getting. It is. It is. We know this. Don't deny it. Okay, we got 2 more, and then we'll go on to almost the main event, the sub-main event, and the main event. We got another one here. Again, the grocery stores. Walmart. All right, so here we go.
Oh, shit. My name is James. I just want to let you know you bad, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Are you single?
No, I'm married.
Oh, damn. You want something on the side, though? I get like a number or something? Let me get your number real quick. I'm going to say, come on now.
By the way, this is the same guy we saw earlier. Same guy. I mean, she's soggy. The Sogmeister done beat her to death. All right. Is she looking at backpacks? That should be in the first giveaway that she's either a mom or not single. So he is hitting some low-hanging fruit, man. I'm telling you, man, this is low-hanging. She don't even have teeth, bro. She only got teeth. He don't care.
I can't get a hug right now?
He wants a hug. I can't get a hug. I mean, did she take a shower today? I don't know what we gonna go. Her teeth are rotting in her mouth, bro. Her teeth are rotting in her mouth. They call her yuck mouth because she don't brush. But I'm telling you, man, people have been denying me for years when I talk about these guys that promote theories about Rizzing and cold approaching. I'm like, dude, you got to realize what they're approaching. Same thing as the free pussy. I get it for free. All right. It's the same thing. It's around the same line. It's a give or take standard deviation of 1 or 2 by a variance of degrees. This is the playground that they're playing on. Saying they never go trick, and this is what they're doing. They'll never admit it, but when you start reviewing the footage, take a look. They'll do anything with anyone. And then also you have the women that say they got options and they got a lot of guys hitting on her and a lot of guys in the DMs. Well, yes, they do. They do. I've seen and talked known slump busters that got a lot of dudes in the DMs, and you will say, no, she don't. She lying. Yes, they do. There's a lot of dudes that are starving.
I'll hit you up.
And they wonder why they still broke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, so let me get one more hug. God damn, baby. Then that's real right there?
Yeah.
I feel it. That shit real?
Yes.
God damn, bro. God damn. Shit. I'll hit you up.
All right.
Damn.
He gonna get a nasty nut with that one, bro. Nasty nut. All right, but then they wonder why they broke, and they're gonna say that the white man is against them and all that stuff. Man almighty. We got last one, Rachel Rizz. We got a good-looking girl this time. So we got a good-looking girl. A South Korean woman. Let's see how this works.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay.
If you look directly out in front of the horizon right there, you can see our future together. I mean, you see it. You look far enough. You don't see anything. You put the glasses on, you'll be able to see it. I promise you. It's bright. Like it's damn near blinding. That's why they had to have the clouds today, because it was too damn bright. Let me guess. You're a little bit toxic. A lot of bit toxic, huh?
This is a nice little lean. All right. This is a nice lean right there. All right. That's a nice I like the lean right here. But if you go to Korea or Japan or any part of Asia, she's very common. But let's continue. For America, she looks exotic and she's nice, tiny and petite. So she ain't fat and she's not ugly. But let's see what the conversation is here.
What did I do?
What did I do? You were standing here looking cute. My bad.
Blame my mom.
Yeah, where's mom at? Let me call mom real quick. Like I got a problem with you. I need to report something. All right. You sound like you've dated black guys before.
I mean, I've been dating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is not new to you. You've been approached by a black guy before.
You're black.
Oh, all right, shooting this. You got me back.
I thought you were just pens. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm from California.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Korea.
You're from Korea? Ah, okay. Yeah, you hate being called Chinese then. All right. My bad.
Yeah.
There, that was on me.
You definitely look.
All right. How can I make it up to you? What do I got to do?
What do you mean by that?
I said,
I'm chilling, you know.
how long you in town for? How long you in town for?
How long?
Yeah.
I've been here.
Yeah, or how long are you going to be here? Because I live here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we can live a dream together if you act right.
I mean, I'm only here for like 7 days.
7 days? A short trip. You going anywhere else in Southeast Asia? Like Vietnam or?
Yeah, I've been everywhere. It's my actually like 7th time back here.
Oh, nice.
Like,
nice.
Like last year, I was in here like 4 times.
Okay, so yeah, I think he's doing a good job. Decent conversation. She's throwing up a little bit, some objections. He's sticking in there. She's being evasive with the return questions there. He's asking her questions. She's being somewhat evasive and vague, but he's sticking in there. They look to be both vacationing, which can be difficult. And if that's the case, she is up to some other activity while she's there. Okay, almost all women are up to some other activity when they're vacationing. So she said she's been there 4 times. You might have to figure out how. Maybe another man brought her there, maybe a father, a parent, maybe that she's a sugar baby and been flown out. We don't know, but he's going to have to figure that out, which this could be end up a waste of time because he's vacationing. So he says he's going to leave on this day. She's here for this many days. They're both visiting. They got to merge their vacations. It's going to be difficult for him to convert this. Let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I just keep coming back.
That's what's up. Well,
I would have already hit this, by the way. I would have already got this. All right. Appointment, hotel room. All right. We meet at the hotel bar. I would have already hit that with no conversation. She barely would have just seen a couple of pictures of me, but let's continue.
Come back. We're glad to have you. I'm Tristan, by the way.
Tristan?
Yeah. And you? You look like you enjoy warm conversation and a cocktail.
Oh, personally, I don't drink.
Why did I get that vibe? After I said cocktail, I was like, nah, she don't drink.
Yeah, I've been sober.
Congratulations. Yeah. That's vibes.
Last 6 years.
To me, he don't have her. I mean, just to let you know, he don't have her. All right. He's losing her because what he's trying to invite her to, she's kind of turning down. I don't drink. All right. I don't like to go to bars. So she's not making it easy for him. So he's going to have to dig deep, close on this really quickly, or just go ahead and end it. Her body language is tilted away from him, and she's no longer looking at him. So he's going to have to dig in deep here very soon, or he's lost her.
Dap me up. That's what's up. We support that type of behavior out here. Just give me a little spin while you're at it too. Damn, shorty.
Okay, so you can see the body language waving him away. She's still kind of laughing right now, but I think she's disconnecting. He said ex-alcoholic.
No, what? I'm high on life. What you talking about? Sobriety is my middle name. I love you, sober.
Arms folded, defensive. She's closed off, covering up her body. Yep.
That's funny.
I was like trying to enjoy catching sunset. The last couple of days.
It's been
yeah. I think I can do just a little bit of that today.
What's your vibe? What you into? You got like artistic. You like hip hop and Afrobeats, huh? Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't like that? You know.
At this point, he needs to close. Okay, just to let you know, he needs to close. He's trying to get more information. He can find this information out later. Hey, you know what? I'm going to be here watching the sunset tomorrow. Let me get the number and that's dip. All right, let's meet another time. And if she says no, he needs to get to the point where she can totally reject him. I don't give out my number. I'm on vacation. I'll give you the Instagram. So then he knows where he is. But he's sticking in a little bit too long here for a vacation hookup. Okay, a vacation hookup. This is why I always tell you, when you're on vacation, you're wasting your time doing this a lot of cold approach. Because you're depending on her, turning her over. But now you got to get her over there. This is going to be difficult.
Some people don't. Some people don't fuck with Afrobeats.
I'm not a listener of Taylor Swift or something.
Whoa. You're hating on Swiftie. I thought we were cool. No, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, ain't no way. Ain't no way you listen to music.
Yo, what? Who you talking about? 23 again? No, I'm making up bullshit at this point. I listen to Taylor Swift.
At this point, let me tell you what typically happens. Okay. I'm going to tell you what typically happens in this case. And people are leaving and coming back. They may not like this segment. I'm having a good time. What typically is going to happen is he's going to get interrupted during the closing. All right. Because sometimes when people see somebody's being approached, either her friends, a family member, a Captain Save-A-Ho, all right, a white knight, a friend, her girlfriend, her boyfriend, somebody's going to come and interrupt this flow the longer you're talking, especially if she looks uncomfortable. So then when you're about to close, she's going to get interrupted. Her friend's going to come over, maybe pull her away. Her friend's going to come over and start a conversation. Her kid, a guy. So what's going to happen is when he attempts to close because he's taking too long, he's going to get interrupted, and then the close is going to be awkward. All right, because he's sticking in there way too long. And he can't figure out if she's interested or not, but he is creating decent conversation and back and forth, but it's becoming not about the situation he wants, talking about Taylor Swift and all of that stuff.
How's the stuff going? You ever been out to what's tonight? Tonight's Friday, right?
Yeah.
Have you been to Desert Kitsune?
Oh, it's over there?
Yeah, it's over there. We got a bunch of spots out here though.
No, I've never been there actually.
That's a green flag. I like that.
What do you mean by that?
It's like you just ain't been.
What's going on over there though?
It's like just like it's like an upscale spot for Friday nights. It's a green flag though. You ain't been there. It sounds like you don't go party that much.
Oh yeah, I don't drink. I don't go party.
Yeah, that's a good.
I mean,
Yeah, man. And here's the thing with Asian women. I know my Asians. Asians will give you blue balls if you fuck around and not get right to the bottom line. Asian women like money. All right. So it doesn't matter what race you are in. They like you. If you guys, Asian women will get to you if you just get right there and be honest with them. And even if they're not monetized, you can actually get there. But Asian women will drag that shit out. They're the queens of the long game. They will blue ball your ass out of it. And you might think she's interested, and you might say, well, Asian women, they're just shy or they are just indirect. They're going to blue ball your ass and waste your time. They don't give a fuck about wasting your time and giving you the idea that you're going to smash. All right. So it's a little bit too much. I want to see if he can close this out so we can move on to the next segment.
no, that's not my vibe.
Mm-hmm.
I like daytime shit.
You fuck with daytime shit?
Yeah.
You fuck with sunrises? Like you
Yeah,
wake up
like
early in the morning?
I
Or?
surf.
All this information you can get on a date. All this information you can get on the date. You're not on the cold approach. It's if he's a dating coach, this is not a good example of it. This is a good example of back and forth banter. All right, but this isn't a cold approach. This isn't a date. This is a attempt to get her phone number to see if you can get her to from point A to point B. All of this information about he's asking now, you can get on the date. And she wants to know whether he can close, or she's getting to the point where she can outright reject him. And she's hoping he can read the room, and he ain't reading the room.
I surf. Do you surf?
I skate. I'm a skateboarder. So
Oh.
California boy, you know.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you surf?
I got respect for the water, you know, like you see our future together. It's pretty deep. It's pretty deep out there.
Can you take my picture?
Of course.
Oh no, now he's the photographer. Oh,
I got you.
Oh, she rubbed it on her. She got a nice there for an Asian woman. Now he's the photographer.
What's up, Fines? What's up, Fines?
Oh man, she nominated him the photographer.
Damn, Fines.
Yeah.
The whole point is like, oh, by the way, like I'm a YouTuber. I talk to cute girls on the beach.
Shut up.
I was the whole boy. I'm over here spitting some mean ass game at you.
Man.
You're picking it up though. I'll with it. You're fun to play with. It takes two to tango, you know.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
I think I've seen something like some contents like that.
You seen some content like that?
Yeah.
What a
Well, you're like 5-star content. You looking good as you know you do too.
What do you mean?
You look good.
I know I look good.
That's what I'm saying. You got the little gold on, little fresh as.
You know, like yeah. I don't know. Oh, I think I've never.
Okay, let me stop here. I'm going to stop it right here because, again, now let's take a look. Most of the men that were approaching very subpar to unattractive women. They made it quick. And this is what happens when you start approaching a woman that is above par and above it. Like, she's decent. She's not at the bottom. She's not a bottom of the barrel. There's some things that you might look and maybe red flag it, but she's not bottom of the, and you see how nervous he's getting. You see how he's making it difficult. You see how he can't close. Now, on the slump busters, they were closing fast. All right. They're not wasting time. Okay. They're not wasting time. They're going in. Boom. Let me get the number. Let me get the Instagram. We gonna go home and fuck. You so beautiful. Come here. And they're in and out. But you see what happens now. The nervousness increases now when you got something to lose. All right. I'm gonna try to not mess this up. So you don't want to mess it up by trying to be out there, going to get it in and out real quick. And you're getting super nervous. Somebody said, is this somebody specific? Let me see who this guy is. Let me see who this guy is here. I mean, he's doing a little bit way too much, in my opinion, but this is what happens. I'm telling you, a lot of people, this is a guy named Tristan. I think he's a dating coach. He's a tall, light-skinned guy. And I think he's a tall, light-skinned guy. He looks familiar. I've seen him before. I definitely have seen him before. I didn't realize that was him. Yeah, I think he's shooting at his level too. He definitely is shooting at his level. They definitely are a match in terms of where they are on the sexual marketplace. He's not that much higher than her. She's not that much higher than him. So it's an even matchup. But as you can see, when the matchup is even, dudes are not as confident. Right? This is why dudes aim low and hit, aim low and miss, aim low. They rather aim low. But when the matchup is even, or you go above outside of your league, you can see what happens. He gets a little bit nervous, tension and all of that stuff. All right. I don't know much about him to rate him corny, but rate his Rizz with the South Korean woman. Rate his Rizz. I would have had her folded up already. She would have been already nutted. All right. Anyway, that's a long ass segment. We're going to get to the super chats. I would have already nutted on her. When I was in Ling Ling territory, I would have already been finished. All right. She would have been walking into the elevator with a fistful of yuan. All right. With a fistful of pesos in the Philippines. She already would have had a couple thousand pesos. All right. Walking to the elevator with that long ass conversation. I would have already nutted in her. I'm despicable. I'm a despicable human being. Coming up, we got the sub main event. Kevin Gates says men should spoil their girls with money, cars, and girl trips. Is he promoting tricking? I would have hit her ass with a couple of South Korean, whatever the fuck South Korean money is. I would have already finished her ass up. All right, she would have already been leaving, headed to the train. Training. Where we at here? Let me see here. Yeah, I don't cold approach on vacation. Actually, I do, but it's going to be just, onesie, twosie here and there. Yeah, that South Korean wine, I would have hit her ass off. All right, in and out. She would have been out there trying to hang out. I had the South Korean girls trying to move in my hotel. I was like, oh, you're not leaving? She was like, nope. She started folding up my clothes and putting it in the closet. She took her clothes off, put her clothes in the closet, put her robe on, and went to the bed. I was like, oh, I thought this was over. She was like, nope, I'm good here. It's my vacation too. Oh, okay. She stayed for 3 days. I was like, okay. All right. 1 ppm for 3 days. Looks like I made out well. All right. Anyway, shout out to Josh Finley in the building. Shout out to you, man. He said, strong flex. Let's see here. We got Mr. Russell in the building. Mr. Russell says, salute to Hollywood CGA. Welcome back. Appreciate you on the PayPal. All right. Did I get Martin Muhammad? I got you, Mr. Muhammad. Shout out to you. Shout out to Preston. You says proof that women love lies. They definitely love lies. Yes, they do. Shout out to our brother here. Victor says, are you having Ling Ling withdrawals yet? All right. Shout out to my Lings. Okay. I'm not having Ling Ling withdrawals yet.
I shut the fuck up.
All right. I was full on Ling Lings, but maybe in a couple of weeks, I might be looking for a little bit of Ling love. Okay. Shout out to our brother Joshua Moon says niggies are down bad and it's funny. Boss up, niggies. Now, you see why I always tell these guys low-hanging fruit. Like, this is where I was. I was in that point where I said, this is a waste. I think it's a tremendous waste, but guys don't see it as a waste. When they don't see it as a waste, they're not ready yet for life. They're not ready. They're not ready to go to the next level. They're like, I'm still winning out here. And I'm like, okay. To me, that's not winning. I think you're losing ground every time, the more you do this. Shout out to our brother, Tupelo, Mississippi's own Roderick Miller, tithes and offerings for the new year. The truth teller, this is our brother. He rang the bell 3 times. Shout out to Roderick Miller. Memphis's own Roderick Miller.
I'm Rizz, bitch.
3 times.
I'm Rizz, bitch.
Yeah.
I'm Rizz, bitch.
Shout out to our brother Roderick Miller. Appreciate you, brother, for the support. 3-time sponsorship. Let me go ahead and give y'all the epic win. All right, I'll give you the prices right. That was great. That was great. I really appreciate you. All right, you've been supporting all through 2025 and 2024 and now 2026. Tripled up for the people who couldn't support and sponsor. All right, shout out to you. Hustle every day. Girls don't have real friends. Responding to those gorditas talking to that brother is sad, but dudes be making real ones look bad. These then 304 say men will hit anything because they've let all types of ninja hit. Yes, this is why women don't trust men, because they know y'all will hit anything. And to be honest, men will fuck anything. Men are not discriminating out here. Most men are not discriminating. And he says, and bruh took too long with that ling. Fellas, know when to stop talking and bail out. Don't kill the vibe. You still have to F her later. He says, too much yapping gives her the ick. And I agree. Too much yapping with the woman gives her a point to disqualify you. Okay. You're eventually going to say something corny. Even myself, you're eventually going to find something to run out of and kill the vibe. You're going to say something that gives her the ick. This is why it's important to know when to dip. All right. Know when to bail out of a conversation. Women are going to find something you said problematic or the way you said it. You want to save that for later. You want to get her out of that situation so she's judging you later. Maybe you can be a little bit more intimate with her. But all that talking was too unnecessary, but it made for great content. It made for great content. But yeah, to me, saying a lot to a woman is going to give her a bailout. Oh, I liked him, but he said this, or he likes that, or he's conservative, or he sounds white. Yeah, keep it simple, or keep it simple until, well, keep it simple. Stupid. Anonymous says, just got back from traveling around the world, and I'm light-skinned, so they assumed I'm Latino, Indian, or West Indian, I believe that is, I don't know what that is, but he says some kids in Beijing did stare, though. One mom got her kid to say, ni hao. He says, I was in SK at the same time as you. Damn. He says, blessed in 2026. Shout out to you, man, for traveling the world and And he says he's a light-skinned brother, and they thought he was Latino. We're Indian. You guys got to know, man, most of the world are on that side of the world. They're not exposed to Mexicans. They're not exposed to Latinos per se. They're not exposed to African Americans. It's rare that you're on that side of the world. So most of the time, they're trying to categorize you as something they're comfortable with. Africans, if you're dark skinned, or they might think if you're light skinned that you're Latino. They don't know. So when people say, are they accepting of you? Most of the time, they don't know who the hell you are. Shout out to our brother. And he says, Coach, how do you think about trust and kink? I had a girl tell me she didn't like her hands tied, but after playing together about 20 minutes, agreed to choking and having her hands tied. Was she just lying or bluffing, or did she get turned on? I'm of the opinion, again, what women say and what they do are two different things. Just as we're uncomfortable talking to women sometimes, most times, are uncomfortable talking to us. They don't want us to judge them. So if she came out immediately and said, I'd like to be tied down, there was a chance that you might think she's a whore and might not have continued with her. So she, most of the time, is going to take the safe route. You know, I'm not into that type of stuff. Now, once she is in the mood, she can be herself. And then if you're open and she feels like you're not going to judge her, she will allow you to guide her that way. And if she doesn't say, no, she's with it. That means she's done it before. So she's with it. So again, what she says and what she does in the moment, in the heat of the moment, she was comfortable with you and felt safe. So she said, okay, I don't mind you tying me down. But security wise, if she would have came out before and wasn't comfortable with you and didn't trust you, she's not going to say tie me down. She's not going to be like, tie me down. She's not comfortable with you. She doesn't know whether you're going to kill her or not yet. But if she then trusts you, she's like, go ahead. Go ahead. But a lot of times women will say things, and I learned about this in Japan because Jay Holmes talked about this. In Japanese culture, there's something, and I don't remember what he called it, but the things that they say to you, they're just saying it. It's not what they mean. They're eventually saying that just to say it, to keep the conversation going and keep it casual. But then once you get on the other side of the situation, what they do are two different things. It's similar to anytime you ask a woman, what's your kink? If she's not trusting you, she's not going to tell you. But once you cross that line and that boundary, she trusts you, she's going to allow you to go there, and she might have that conversation later on. Okay, you like tying my hands. How about choking me? How about spanking me and whooping me? Okay, now you see I'm open to that. How about slapping me in the face? Okay, so that's the truth about women in general. They're not going to just jump out here and just be, most of the time, unless they're low quality, low class, they're not just going to tell you that they like kinky shit. But most all of them do like kinky shit. Most all of them do, especially a person that they trust. So yeah, that's what happened there. She wasn't lying. She just didn't want to just lead with that. She didn't want to lead with that shit. Not a lot of women gonna lead with that. Shout out to Mr. Handsome. Pause says, welcome back, coach. Hope you saved some linglings for us after your conquest of the East. I loved your origin story of the free agent lifestyle yesterday. It was really, I was really inspired, and it confirmed everything a man can accomplish after putting purpose over punani. He says free agent lifestyle for life. Yes, indeed. Purpose over punani. And it becomes easier. So now when you found me now, you're like hearing me talk about the JUCO and sex. But when you're not on your purpose first, you're distracted by it and you can't get onto it. Can't get onto it. You got to get to your purpose first and get in a position first. Director of Copulation says, I joined the money mindset in 2025 and completed my budget for 2026. I am planning on saving 60% of my income. Lined up a ling for tonight to celebrate. Shout out to you. All right, you're going to have some fun with her right there.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
You're going to have some fun. You're going to have some fun. Congratulations on getting your budget up and saving 60% of your income. I hope a lot of brothers get to that point. Suck up a love, and then just says, just hit my 30s and got my money up. So I tried to learn the mouthpiece and run game on these 304s. On my first date, bitch told me I look like the type of ninja that thinks YN stands for yes and no. He says, I was cooked, been tricking ever since. Shout out to you. Running game and mouthpiece, dating, normie dating. To me, imagine normie dating. Imagine CGA going on a normie date. All right, but because, again, the way you lead them is going to allow them to come up with all of these things. Let me tell you something. In my realm, none of that matters. None of that matters. All of these conversations, you look like the type of guy, none of that shit matters. None of that judgment matters. None of this stuff matters. In fact, I'll tell you a story, but this is more for the locals group. But this is about the spectrum of women. Okay, so when I think I was in Japan. All right, Japan. And a young lady sat up there. I think she was like 22, 23, 24. Met with her little short thing. And she was talking about, oh, this, my boyfriend, this, not her boyfriend, but she was quite upset about a man that she dated or was currently trying to date, wasn't communicating with her. Okay. Now, this is an example of what women say and what they do. So she was saying the guy doesn't communicate. I wish he communicated more. And she was giving the whole thing, the lineup and this and that. This is right when I met her. But of course, I'm having a drink and, eating a little appetizer. And that's what I typically do. I look the vet. And then I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. As soon as we finished that, I was like, let's go up to the room. As soon as we got up to the room, take your clothes off. Take off your clothes. Right to it. With that being said, that's how different women treat certain men depending on what category you meet them in. So if you start off with mouthpiece, normie dating approach, she's going to drag that shit out. She's going to put you in that category. But I didn't start off with that. I started off with, you're going to get a bind fixed. You about to get folded up. I don't care about none of that shit. She was right to it. And this is a woman that wants a certain guy to pursue her in a certain way. She went back home with whatever that was she went back home with on the train, waiting for this other nigga to text her. Right? And I'm like, which means for guys don't realize these women are playing a spectrum on you. And they've been always doing it. It's like some women will say, okay, I don't think I'm going to get anything from this guy in terms of relationship. So I'm either going to have sex with him on a one night stand, or I'm not going to deal with him, or I'll make him a hookup buddy. Then you have that same woman have another guy who she wants to pursue a relationship with, string that shit along, 3 dates, coy, walk to the door. He needs to open the door and all of that shit. Same woman, 2 different men. 2 different strategies. This isn't some women, it's all women. That same woman will see me in a hotel room for a couple $100. Same woman. Right to it. She don't even know my name afterwards. She was like, what was your name again? Afterwards. I don't even know her name. What was your name again? Same woman. It's what it is. And this is what guys don't accept. This is the hard part of the acceptance stage, especially young men, because it's hard for you to see it because you try to do it one certain way. And you're like, I'm going to make it work this way. You don't realize that the women will make it work any way they want. I'm going to make it work. Okay, this is the guy. I'm going to make it work that way. I'm going to make it work that way. She'll make it work. She'll find a way. She'll find a way to make it work for her, or she'll just not deal with you. Most of the time, they don't deal with most men. 97% of men, they don't deal with. But when women are on the spectrum, this is called the spectrum. This is called the spectrum. And you cannot tell what type of woman you're like, because men like to be one-dimensional. Okay, she dresses this way, so she's this way. She dresses that way, so she's that way. She's that way, that way for all men. This is not true. She's a different woman for whatever man presents, whatever type of man presents. So if you present boyfriend material, she'll go with that. If you present cold approach type of nigga, she'll fit you in that box. If you present sugar daddy, she'll fit you in that box. If you present marriage material, she'll put you in that box. And she'll date all 4 men simultaneously. All 4. Or she'll keep them on a string. She'll keep all 4 men on the string. Okay, so that doesn't mean she's having sex with all 4 of them. She'll keep all 4 of them on a string. Right? That's when you wake up to that reality, you can then deal with women efficiently. You can understand it. But guys will fight it and try to label them a certain things, and then they'll get frustrated. They'll get enraged, and then they'll find a way to try to clean it up. We need to bring back ecclesiastics. We need to bring back shame. We need to call them simps and tricks and whores and prostitutes. We need to label it. Dudes will go mold 4 on the girl. But she's just playing a game of survival, how to make the best situation out of it. Yeah. So, that's me trying to give you wisdom of what you're dealing with here. Because guys, it'll make you sick trying to figure this shit out. Yeah, they'll want Sharia law. They want to give the girl goddamn chastity belt. You'll try to find ways to control it and make it difficult for them or shame them out of this behavior when this is very natural behavior for them. It's very natural behavior. Okay. If she needs her car fixed, she'll figure out a way to find a man to buy the car parts and trade whatever barter services for that. And then she'll find a guy that can fix the car. You don't know what she bartered for that. Like you don't even know her have money. You're like, how did you even have the money for that? She found a way to get it accomplished. She found a guy to buy the part, and then she found a guy to fix the car. She could have used conversation, false promises, game. She could have gave up the pussy to both of the guys. She could have promised one guy a relationship. You don't know how the hell she got it accomplished. Meanwhile, let your car need 4 pieces of service. Let you need new brakes, new tires. Let you need a new transmission. I guarantee you couldn't pull the shit off. You would need $5,000 cold hard cash. For people who don't know what I'm referencing, it's a video that I talked about earlier, where I showed you earlier a woman bartering for car services. Or she found a trick, or she found a guy to give her $300. Like, she found somebody. This is the woman that was talking about it earlier. She jumped on the internet. She played the victim. She, woe is me. She found somebody.
At 40-something years old.
For a second. Right here. Bartering for car services. She manifested it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I've seen a woman literally get in a car crash and the dude buy her a new car. She found a guy. And I was like, how the hell? And this woman was damn near 50 when it happened. Now, the car she crashed was a piece of shit. And the car she got wasn't a nice car. He didn't get her a Lexus or anything. He got her a car based on the car that she previously had. But she was able to get a guy to get her a car. I was like, damn. She was a good looking woman, damn near 50. I've seen it happen. Matter of fact, the car she got crashed. She was on the phone with me when she crashed it. All right. Because I remember that call. She was on the phone. She was talking to me, and then she got in an accident, and then the phone disconnected. I later on found out she got in a car accident. Now, then maybe like a month later, she was in another car. I was like, how did you get that car? Because she wasn't known to have a job. She didn't have a stable source of income. I was like, how did you get that car? She was like, oh, a guy got it for me. I was like, the fuck? Now, I don't know what she did to get that car. I know what she did when she was with me. All right. Because I wasn't tricking on her. I was at the time before I was at the JUCO, but I had access to that woman. I had all access. I hit everything that was on her body. But I'm pretty sure that other guy did too. All right. I wasn't the only one hitting that. But I don't think he gave her that car for nothing. I would just not assume she gave it for nothing. All right. So anyway, nothing amazes me about how women get through life. Nothing. And I didn't give her no car. I didn't give her no money. She got nothing for me. DGC Moore says, Coach, I am open to being wrong. The average guy who rents should not date unless he has $25K saved. The average man with a mortgage should not date unless he has $35K saved in an emergency fund. There is no romance without finance. And I agree with it, but we have to determine what date means. I'm talking about date with the purpose of pursuing a relationship. Now, if you're just trying to fuck and you're dating misleading women, well, you don't need money for that. You don't need money for that. But if you're just going to try to scrimp and scrape and get cheap tacos and then, that's not dating to me. I just think that's playing the dating game. That's running game or trying to get women to accept struggle of, or trying to be the brokey that smashes girls. That's not dating. But I think most of the time when you're even doing that, you're wasting your time in potential. You're wasting your time in potential. By the way, that's a co-sponsorship. Yes. Now, any man that says, you know what, I'm just trying to smash, go about it the way you think is the best for you. Like you're saying these women don't deserve anything. I'm going to give them hard dick and bubble gum, $4 Happy Meal, which more like $12 Happy Meal at this point. If that's the way you're going about it, I'm not 100% against it, but it's going to be difficult for you. You're going to find that you're going to find a lot of frustration on the marketplace. Going to be frustrating. It's not going to be an easy task. It's actually the most difficult way to go about it. Now, you'll eventually get one of these busted hoes to give you some pussy. Onesie, twosie, here and there. A lot of women you're going to tell slide through and she's going to say no. You're going to send her to DTF and she's going to say you're a creep. You're going to do a lot of cold approaching, face 97% rejection. It's going to be bad. You're going to have women disrespecting you and calling you names. It's going to be sloppy out there. It's going to be very sloppy. It's going to be very sloppy. You're going to be calling these women whores and calling them ran through when you're trying to run through them too. Okay. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. All right. Anyway, we got those out of the way. And we're at the 3-hour mark. So that means it's the sub main event. Thank you for sticking in with this show. I know it's a difficult show. But we have Kevin Gates here. Speaking of money, what do you think about this situation? Kevin Gates, you guys know him as the rapper. And also the guy who made Brittany Renner a Muslim. He's also the man that was married to a woman that is now divorcing him. Calling him all kind of names, but this is Kevin Gates, and a lot of men have been making this content. I've been seeing this, and a lot of been making troll content, meaning they have been saying, jumping on the internet, I think every woman deserves 10K allowance. They don't mean it. They're just trying to get views. All right, I've been seeing it pop up quite a bit, and then the comment section doesn't know if the person's actually trolling and being a simp or if they're being for real. But a lot of guys are just saying, hey, every woman should get 10K allowance. And I think then it's Kevin Gates trolling here. Now, we know he has a new girlfriend. I did an episode about that. She's 26 years old. People think he's a predator. I don't think that age gap is very wide. I think that woman's very old at that point. She's approaching old at 26. But this is Kevin Gates right here. He says men should spoil their women with money, cars, and girls' trips. Okay, let's hear it from his own voice, and then we're going to break down what they wrote here to see what exactly is he talking about and see if you agree or disagree with the statement. Now, Kevin Gates' age, before we do this, Kevin Gates' age, I think he's in his 40s. Oh, he's 39 years old. Okay, 39. All right, let's continue here. Where we at here? Let's see what you think about this.
These men out here are pathetic. How dare you walk up to a woman and say, "You're beautiful. Can I have your Instagram? What's your number?" Like this, you don't do that. You walk up to her with a deed to a house and you say, "Here, I want you to go somewhere quiet and spacious so you can have time to think about and consider if you would even put up with the likes of me." These aren't real men. Like talking about don't double text. Nah. Every time she doesn't answer your text, you send $1,000 to her Cash App or her Zelle. You don't tell her, you Zelle her. You don't tell her you're interested. You Zelle her that you're interested. You send $1,000 every time. Hold on, how you do it? These guys are so pathetic. Like you talking about she need her eyelashes refilled. You go kidnap the lady that does the eyelashes. You hook the light bulb to her head and you bring her. Your wife, this woman shouldn't have to get out of bed. These men are just not real men anymore. Like, where are all the real men? Like her check engine light is on. You buy her a new car. If you have to go give blood, give an artery. If you have to die.
All right. So again, I don't know if you know this social media trend. This is definitely a trend going around where guys are doing this, where they're trolling the internet and they're saying, obviously, out of pocket things, go grab the lady, kidnap the eyelash lady and put the light on her head, give her $1,000. Don't tell her, Zelle her. That's the next clip right here. Okay. Don't tell her, Zelle her, Zelle her $1,000 just because. You're just going to see a lot more of this content. I think this is the same.
Man, kidnap the lady.
And this is the same piece of content here. So is going on right here. But there's Rose right there said this. Rose. All right. It says real ones know he's trolling so hard. All right. Michaela says he finally said something I agree with. Look at the ladies here, man. Look at the ladies. They don't know that he's trolling here. But as you can see, he's allowing people in the comment section to reveal who they are. He finally said something I agree with. Don't tell her, Zelle her. Nigga, please, I'm financially celibate until marriage. This is the most sense he ever made. It's more funny because they're agreeing with him, but he's joking. All right, everybody's seeing. A couple people are realizing he's trolling. This woman says, amen, in this we trust. A couple of women, I approve of this message. There's Portia, For real, from the Real Housewives of Straglanta, 100%. And we got another couple of women, whores, by the way. Whores. All right, the first and last time I ever agree with him. Look at these women out here. I would have never thought I'd be agreeing with him, but shit, like, look at this, man. With this being said, I know we were quick to say that possibly Kevin Gates was simping, but we can clearly see he's trolling. But the important part is to what the women are responding to versus the men. And there's where you see where the problem lies in the dating marketplace. This is where you see where the marketplace is going, because now look at the women in the comment section agreeing with this. Even the woman that I was being with, all right, was in the comment section. I was with her, and I know her, and yes, she agreed. Let's look at the comment section. It says right here, Kevin Gates gives some questionable relationship advice in his latest Instagram post on December 30th. The Baton Rouge, Louisiana artist posted a video on his IG page strongly encouraging men to cater to their girlfriend's every need. Gates suggests ranges from funding a girl's trips to buying new cars to wiring cash for them to get their eyelashes did, even being her sixth side piece. The rapper advises men should do it with no complaints and make their women happy. Okay. Gates even went so far to wrongly advise that men should rob banks and go to prison just to ensure their women maintain a luxurious lifestyle. And he said these men are pathetic. Where are the real men out here? He loathes with a disgusting tone in his voice. It's unclear if Kevin Gates was joking or not, but he's known in the past for having outlandish dating advice for men. Now, a lot of people will say, but coach, you talk about the JUCO. That is not lavishing a lifestyle on a woman. That is my woman. That's our woman. Okay. And it certainly isn't spoiling or lavishing them being a side niggy. All right. So this is way beyond the pale of advice that I've given. I know people will try to draw a line there, but that is nowhere close to the JUCO. All right. Nowhere close. And let's see what the men say. It says right here, imagine being rich with a music career and saying that to the people working hard for scrap. Okay. He did that and was divorced in 10 days with Brittany Renner. Nobody cares, bro. We not all in six figures, bro. Okay. The men don't see that he's trolling. He's really trolling. Okay. A couple men see that he's trolling right here. Some men don't. Girls' trips, no wonder they leave often. Not taking advice from nobody who got divorced twice and who's not out here working a 9-to-5 for scraps. And we also have K is a square. So there we got the K is a square from Ferrari WAP. Not Fetty WAP, but Ferrari WAP, if you will. But what do you think about that with the Kevin Gates describing that men should go out there and do this? Is he trolling? Do you agree with this? Do you think it's tricking? What do you think about this? Put it in the comment section and let me know. With that being said, we have arrived to the main event. And this is going to be one of those main events that are going to be filled with wisdom and knowledge of a man with experience out here of all lanes. You don't have to follow what I'm doing. You're 25 years old and you're trying to figure out how to engage with women. It might not work with you right now, but I'm going to tell you, man, life does change very much. If you look at the multitude of men who make over 100K and or who are millionaires, most of them are in their 50s. Okay. Most men do not achieve any standard of wealth until their late 40s and early 50s. And that's if you haven't been divorced and or have had kids out of wedlock or so forth and so on. Most men will not reach their financial peak until their 50s. Not all men reach that peak, but even the men who do reach that peak don't reach it until their 50s. Certainly, if you have a family and you know those kids get out and start earning their own money, then you can start keeping a lot more money, therefore getting to your goals. But with that being said, just because that is the case doesn't mean you can fuck up your life leading up to that and then expect to hit riches or wealth or comfortability at 40, 45, 50, and 50, 60. You don't just reach comfortability at 60. You have to work towards it, meaning all of your decisions the way you pursue your purpose over sex and pussy will get you there. All right. If you make mistakes in that lifestyle, when you hit 40, 50, and 60, your life is going to be messed up. Similarly, and that goes along with what we tell women. Women often think that they're going to fuck up their life in their 20s and 30s and meet the man of their dreams later on. They believe they have the same time as you broke niggas think you're going to have the same time, and then all of a sudden turn it on at 40, turn it on at 35. It's not true. The mistakes you make in your 20s, men or women, are going to reflect in your relationships and your finances later in life in your 30s and 40s. With that being said, this woman says that the man of her dreams, this one woman says right here, I fumbled the man that I should have married. Okay, this is the TikToker here. Her name is the Black Karen. She looks to be about late 20s to early 30s. She has a 4-minute or so video that we're going to break down. I can't play it in its entirety, but you guys can go to her page and support her and comment on her page if you will, but do not be don't be a piece of shit over there. All right. You want to have the comments stay on my page. She says, don't be like me. In my opinion, the diatribe, the sense of things that I just said about men. If you think you're going to be financially stable in your 40s and 50s and 60s, but trick off or mess off your 20s and 30s, go around and start partying, you're going to be in the same boat as this woman who fumbled the man that she should have married. You're not going to come out here and cold approach and waste your time out here and then think it's going to work out for you later on financially in your 40s or 50s. It's going to damage you. You're eventually going to get some of these women pregnant. You're eventually going to have a toxic situation with one of these women. You're eventually going to have some sort of mental breakdown according to all the promiscuity that you live. You're going to mess with low-hanging fruit. You're going to mess with toxic women. It's going to damage you, and you're going to end up broke 40 and 50 and 60, just as this woman ended up not having the man that she was given. God presented this man in front of her, and she turned him down for whatever reason. We're going to find out for whatever that reason is. You're going to see where that is. So men and women live this life, but they live it it's kind of a flip-flop result. Like, women are looking for the guy that they want. They're eventually going to settle for someone. She'll eventually find someone and settle for him. It's not the guy she wants. You, on the other hand, you want financial security, but you trick off your 20s and 30s doing bullshit. Never going to get there and reach it. Trust me. Her name is the Black Karen. But before we do that, we're going to listen to Everett Overton, formerly known as Coach EO. He's got some words of wisdom here. He's a very smart, intelligent dude. Go give him a follow. Some of you guys know who he is. This is this guy right here. He says the untold reason women don't get a good man out here. The untold reason why women don't get a good man out here. All right, so let's see what he has to say and see if this matches up potentially with what this woman says right here. Here we go.
If your woman has a life that she's very glued to and a lot of influences and a lot of friends, so you got to put away people of the past to transform your life and embark on something brand new. To embark on new territory, you got to close the door on old territory. Your sister may not come around with this new man. Your mother may not be around with this new man because the influence is toxic, is dysfunctional. And this is something that a woman has to come to terms with before the man comes around, not after the man comes around and lays out parameters of the relationship. And then now you're trying to make decisions on the fly. No, this has to be something that you decide, if I want to embark on a new life, that conversation, that dialogue, that energy, that mentality, that gossip, those friends, that alcohol, that promiscuity, that way of dressing, it is over. If you keep attracting the same types of people, that is a pure indication that you have not changed. That's not, there's no good men out here. That means there's not a good woman in you. There is a stagnant, stale woman within you. If your woman has a life that she's very glued to,
let me tell you, man, that is some good advice. That is some good advice. Now, again, what we have to understand, women are not going to listen to that advice. Okay. So this is advice coming from a man telling women how to catch a man. Unfortunately, women don't listen to men tell women how to find a good man. They listen to other women. And most women are blind leading the blind. Now, before we get to the information about this other woman in this main event, this is true what he's saying. And I find this to be true based on experience. Experience teaches me this, especially when you get to a leverage position and you have much to offer a woman. A woman will manifest you. You'll present yourself to her and give her the offer, and 98% of them will reject that offer. And I'm going to tell you why. Not because you're not the man that she needs, not because you're going to solve her financial problems. It's because she cannot let go of her previous life. Okay? She cannot let go of her previous life. And I'm probably sure the woman that's going to talk about how she fumbled the guy she should have married is going to be similar. Trust me, I'm in a leveraged position with about 98% of women. Not that 98% of women would want me. I'm just in a leveraged position for them, meaning economically and where I'm in life. I'm in a leveraged position with damn near all of them. Not many women make more money than me or have more status. They don't. That doesn't mean I have a shot at all of them. What I'm saying is I could change almost all of their lives. Here's the deal. The women that I've had presented in front of me, that I've given the opportunity to do so, and I know this, it's not that I'm going to do it. I present the option to them. Most of them will not give up their former life that led them to the disaster that they're in to join this life that I would offer them. They won't do it. Even when they ask for it, I'm manifesting a man that has this. They're still going to want to hold on to the past life, meaning the past male friendships, the past nightclub, the past broke nigga shit, the past house parties, the past whoredom, the past promiscuity, the past drug abuse, the past partying lifestyle. They're never going to leave it alone. They're not going to leave it. Their poor, broke relatives, the black community, they're going to stay there and then keep you. Okay, I'll get you. I'll take your offer, but I'm not leaving this. I'm going to have this and that. That's what they want. They don't want to leave that and go to that. And a couple of reasons why. Well, they're vulnerable. They're going to get controlled. They could be privy to abuse financially, physically, or whatnot. Then they would have to go back to that. So they're going to hold on to that. Their ex-boyfriends, their ex-husbands, the kids that they had with the man that's a bum. They're going to bring those bum kids in with you. They're going to bring the baggage of their past in with you. They're going to take you to therapy with them from the past abuse that they experienced. They're going to bring in their depression, their anxiety, their stress. They're going to bring it in with you. They're not going to let it go. Their past bad habits, their poor behavior, their drinking, their drugs. You can change their fucking life and they will still bring that shit in. You think that just the money's going to get the women to be with you. They'll be with you, but they're going to drag their bullshit with them. They're going to be like, yeah, but I still want to have access to this. They still want to live in the city. You're like, here's a nice rural suburban community where we have safe neighborhoods and schools. I still want to be down here. I still want to be around. I can't be out there with all that safety and quiet. They still want chaos. You tell them we're going to go to bed at 10 o'clock. We're going to wake up at 5 in the morning and we're going to go to the gym. Oh, I can't do that. That's just too much. That's too much discipline for me. I want to stay up late, be misguided, look at my screen, doom scroll. I want to be out at night. I want to hang out. They want to keep that shit. They want to keep their male best friend, their friend that they went to school with, they gay best friends. They going to bring all of that in to your life that they manifested. They're not going to let it go. That's how they fumble the relationship. They want to still be independent and then be taken care of. They think there's some guy out there that's going to be like, cool, be independent. I'll still take care of you. Still go on girls' trips. I don't care. Here's your car. Here's the lease. Here's your apartment. Here's your They still think they're going to do that. And let me tell you, you think that this isn't true? I found that this is the biggest problem. When you get to the point of leverage with women, you're gonna think they're gonna fall. Okay, I want that. I'll do what you say. They're not. What they want is you to be goofy and give them, be generous and support them while they still hold on to their bullshit. Where their male best friend they went to college with spends the night at their house, but you're still supporting her and paying portions of her rent. You should be okay with this. And then when you make her make a choice, okay, do you want the support? Yeah, I do. Okay, but you have to not do that anymore. They will choose to do that. I can't let that life go. And you say, why? It's just a friend. You just can't let him spend the night when he's from out of town. No, I want that. It's one day, it's 1 week out of the year. You tell her she can't have that. She'll say, no, I'll choose no support and keep that 1 week. Because there's something else going on. She's lying about. Well, we don't do nothing. He sleeps on the couch. It's bullshit, right? Those are the white lies that they tell. It's nothing really. You don't have to worry about it. But she won't give up that control. She's gonna keep that life. She just hoped you dumb enough to support her in the middle of it. This is why when people say don't save them, they don't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved. They're looking for suckers. They're looking for suckers so they can have the best of both worlds. This is why I encourage you to lease these bitches and release their ass to the street. Do not try to save them. Even if you're in a relationship and dating and try to cold approach them, you're saving them. You're trying to find a way to fit in with their bullshit. You don't want to fit in with their bullshit. You want their ass to come in, get knocked down, and send their ass back to all of their bullshit. And you want to do it quickly, efficiently, so you don't attract their bullshit garbage. So what Coach EO is saying, and later on they're going to say they never met a good man. I never met a man, but they have many a times where men have tried to save them from themselves and they chose to stay in their fucking chaotic world. They made the choice. And every woman that made it to 25 has met at least 5 guys who were the guy to make a difference in their life. And the reason why that it didn't work is because she fumbled him. Not him. She decided it wasn't the right time to go there because she wanted to keep everything from her past. I'm going to tell you, for black women, they typically will do this. Here's a suburban neighborhood. Here's a nice community. She doesn't want to move out of the city. She wants to be able to go to the motherfucking corner store at 12:30 in the morning. She wants to be able to live in a city full of chaos. She wants to live close to her hair salon. She wants to live close to the fried catfish store. She wants to live close to her black church. She won't leave and go to that man to safety and the insecurity. She's gonna run back so she can go to the nightclub and hide in anonymity. She'll live with roommates, living on a fucking futon, as opposed to go with that man from age 25 to 32. She will not go. Then we'll end up with a sucker ass nigga at the end of the day. I'm telling you, she can't give up the lifestyle. She can't even give the option. She's still going to want to go out to the motherfucking Dre's at the end of the day. I still got to go. I still want to be able to go. But she'll tell you, I don't go out no more. I don't do that. But if you tell her, okay, let's move away from that. Change that lifestyle. Never go again. She'll be like, nah, I can't do that. Can't do it. She just wants the ability to have that option to go. So, in my opinion, almost all of these women can't be saved. They don't want to be, they just want a sucker to give them the opportunity to have both. In my opinion, you can't bring the past into the future. But they believe they can. That's why they keep selling you on their past don't matter, because they want to drag that shit right into your backyard. The streets always calling them. So what Coach EO is saying, and I'm going to play it again so you can get it because I had to clean it up a little bit.
If your woman has...
But he is absolutely right. Your money situation is not going to change this in them. Your money, she'll use you for the money. She'll take you and she'll say, you're just generous. Thank you for being generous. But she's still going to bring her bullshit life with her.
a life that she's very glued to and a lot of influences and a lot of friends. So you got to put away people of the past to transform your life and embark on something brand new.
You got to put away the past to embark on something brand new in life. Facts. That's not just for women. That's for men too. That's the exact same thing for men. When you guys hold on to your homies and in street life, and you're gonna deal with bullshit. You can't get to you where you need, not unless you're a rapper. But I know football players that still roll with gangs. Ja Morant. Look at what these niggas get into. They get to that point and they bring that past, or they bring a character from that past, or them niggas from the past up there, and then it fucks them up. You got to leave the past behind. You can't bring the same friends that you were making 5 figures with into your 6-figure life. You can't bring the same niggas from the city into your suburban rural life. Gotta leave them niggas where they are. Gotta leave them hoes where they are. Women don't like that. They want to bring their crackhead cousin into your 6-figure, 7-figure life. What's wrong? Why can't they come? They can't come. This life isn't for them. They don't understand this life. They'll torch my life in order to keep their crackhead habits. Okay.
To embark on new territory, you got to close the door on old territory. Your sister may not come around with this new man.
Yep. You got a new man. They want to bring the sister, the family, the busted single mother that they grew up with, that torched her lifestyle with her father. They want to bring that in with their new man. Nah, you can't bring them. Can't bring them. You got to leave them where they are in order to get what I can give you, or take what you've always gotten. You got to make a choice.
Your mother may not be around with this new man because the influence is toxic, is dysfunctional. And this is something that a woman has to come to terms with before the man comes around.
Ooh, and now he hit the golden goose right here. He hit the point right here. And this is the point that he's genius about. She has to make this decision before the man comes around. The man she manifests, she's got to know she's going to do this before he comes. She can't decide when he comes because women are indecisive. So when he comes around and he says, you can't bring those kids, you're going to have to put them up for adoption. Go tell them kids to live with their father. She's going to then go to her people who aren't in that situation and ask them, hey, what should I do in this situation? And they're going to be like, girl, don't do that shit. He's trying to control you. And then she's going to come back with bad advice and turn it down, AKA fumble him. My friend said they'll never do some shit like that. Well, your friend has never been confronted with that position. So now you're getting advice from bad people and you don't take the deal. Then now your rent's due on the 1st. Just like the same. Just like the same. So this is the problem, where then women are presented with an opportunity. They don't prepare themselves for the opportunity. And when the man starts putting parameters on the relationship, she's not ready for it. She then has to have a little emergency powwow and go boom. All right. And then she'll turn it down. She'll turn it down and then still be out here saying she never met a good man.
Around, not after the man comes around and lays out parameters of the relationship, and then now you're trying to make decisions on the fly. No, this has to be something that you decide. If I want to embark on a new life, that conversation, that dialogue, that energy, that mentality, that gossip, those friends, that alcohol, that promiscuity, that way of dressing, it is over.
It's over. Even her friends, all my best friends, sometimes I got to be over with. They don't want that. Now, I got to have my poor, broke best friend that lived busted down apartment. I got to have that. She got to still go hang out with them. And I get it. Go hang out with them, but that's your choice. You're hanging out with a person that is going to drag your life backwards. All right, but go for it. That's why it's problematic. That's why guys are trying to force this thing here. And I just think that that's where in the position women are in. So then they got to force their way to be self-supportive. Well, I'm going to make my own money then, so they can make bad decisions about people they can keep around. 100%. And I see a guy in here. He said, if you're tricking, why you worried about this? This information is for you. I'm well past you guys. I'm 10 years ahead of you motherfuckers. All right. For me, I'm not in this life. You got to understand, this is not my complaint. I'm bringing wisdom to you because I know where you are. You're broke. You're down bad. You're negotiating with no leverage. This information is not for me. I'm way ahead of you motherfuckers. All right. I'm so far ahead of you motherfuckers. You can't even sniff me. I'm way out of your motherfucking time zone. This information is for you broke niggas out here. This information is for you men that are trying to find a way. This information ain't about me. All right. I've already found my lane and I'm winning in that lane. This information is about you dusty ass niggas. You niggas out here that is undecided and misguided. You trying to negotiate with no leverage ass niggas. You 5-figure niggas. This information is for you, not me. Don't come in here discussing what I do. All right. I'm way past you niggas. You niggas don't even know what realm of reality, what the world I live in. You would trade places with me, but I would not trade places with you. That's the world that I'm in. The world that I'm in, you can't even imagine the world that I'm in. So this information is not applicable to me. I'm giving you advice. I'm not giving me advice. All right. All right. You ain't even seen my life yet. My life, it looks like a movie compared to you. My life, if you jumped into it, you would fumble it. If you jumped into it today, you would fuck it up in a week. That's how motherfucking far ahead of my life you are. You wouldn't even manage the life that I live. So please understand, this is not a complaint session. This is a session for me to provide wisdom and opportunity for you goofy ass niggas. But what you would have to do is take a shower, brush your teeth, and clean the wax out of your ears, and then get out of that goddamn apartment with the popcorn all on the ceilings. Understand what I'm trying to do here. I'm doing a favor for you. But if you come in here to try to figure out why there's a hole in my message and well, why do you care? I don't care. This is not a problem for me. But later on, I will allow you to come up with your bitch ass if you want to cam up. Come up here and get your head slapped in. Okay, this information is for you to use at your discretion to improve your life and better your quality of life. Me, on the other hand, you couldn't imagine my life. You wouldn't even be able to live it. Okay, I got a car right now that I need to take to the shop that is going to cost probably $10,000 to fix. You wouldn't be able to live this shit. This would be problematic for you. Okay, you couldn't even fix a $100 car repair at this particular point. I got a $10,000 car repair coming up. Okay, imagine that. And I'm not even sweating. I just need to find time to take it to the dealership, knowing that $10,000 bill is about to come up. How about that, motherfucker? Like, how about that lifestyle? Okay. You wouldn't be able to live in that fucking world. Your whole life will crumble. Matter of fact, $10,000 could probably change your life right now. Meanwhile, I'm about to give that shit to the Mercedes dealership. All right. You don't know what world I live in. You don't assume you're in my realm. You're not. He says, why even have a car? Gentlemen, again, if you have to ask the question, you're not in my world. You need to understand that is common for people to have in that world. You're not in that world. You have to be able to afford. These men are lost. You have to be able to afford these type of cars. It comes with those type of cars. You have to understand that. So that when you buy a car like that, you have to anticipate and be prepared for those type of repairs. You guys don't understand life. Be ready. Just like we're trying to educate women or men on women, you men need to educate yourself on the world. You know this going into buying a car like that. Now, if you buy a car like that and complain about a repair like that, you can't afford the car. Same as you can't afford a woman. You can't afford a woman if you then complain about what the cost of women are to maintain the woman. That's why we tell you, don't broke date. You're going to be frustrated. Women cost a lot to maintain, even if you're not paying the bill. It's a part of the deal. Women need maintenance. So if you're broke, you're going to not be able to qualify to have a woman. It's not that hard, but a lot of you guys are super duper slow. You think this is a woman bashing channel when I'm trying to educate men. This is a man wisdom channel to prepare you for life. If you're broke, just say that. All right. It's crazy. It's crazy, but dudes are super duper slow with it. They just continue to argue and try to figure shit out, and you ain't ready for it yet. But let's continue. Let's continue. My man said he in the top 1% and hasn't donated yet. That tells me you're not in the top 1% because you can easily, you don't have to donate to me, but you would have donated that to me. And you would have probably donated enough for a sponsorship. So you're not in the top 1%. You would have sent me $100 to say what you're saying, but you in this comment section with no picture. So you're not in the top 1%. If you were in the top 1%, you would have sent me a thou wow. You would have said, I would have known who you are. I would have known who you are. This isn't the first time you're watching me. You're not in the top 1%. You're a broke ass nigga. All right. But if you're in the top 1%, where's the $100 to speak on it, nigga? And where's the picture? Why ain't you on the money mindset, Mr. Top 1%? I'm in the top 1%. All right. Don't even know who the fuck you are, but you know who I am. Ain't never sent me a dime. And not saying that you should. I'm just saying. You see what these guys are? I'm telling you. These guys are pathetic. They're pathetic human beings. These guys, and the reason why you're in the situation where you are in life with women and you have to come out here, you guys are pathetic human beings, bro. Can't even cam up. I'm in the top 1%. All right, anyway, getting back to the lesson, because this applies to men too. It just doesn't apply to women. It just doesn't apply to women. Okay, but getting back to the message, what he said is important here, where you then say the woman should be able to say, you know, you get her to the point, she manifests you, but then when she wants to go out and dress promiscuously, she says, I can't give that up. I'm not willing to give that up. Then she fumbles the man because guys don't want to deal with a woman like that unless he wants his woman to be like that. That's going to be the exception.
If you keep attracting the same types of people, that is a pure indication that you have not changed. That's not, there's no good men out here. That means there's not a good woman in you.
It's not a good woman in you. So again, the woman doesn't want to change. She just wants the man to show up and save her life. Okay. But she's not going to make any changes. This is where you're having the problem. The woman says, I'm perfect the way I am. Accept me the way I am, but change my life. But I'm not going to make changes for you, which means in effect, these women start fumbling good men. All right. Fumbling good men. Let's go to the main video here. So this is the woman. Her name is the Black Karen. The Black Karen. So let's see what she says here. I've watched about how many seconds of this video? I've only watched 35 seconds of this video. So let's see what she says. Beautiful looking black woman there. She's not obese. All right. So, you know, I judge that first level of attraction for black women is not obese. All right. That's the first one. Okay. Because y'all like obese black women. All right. And I'm like, man, these women are obese. These women ain't just fat. They're just sloppy. Okay. But you will call them thick. And then you'll have babies with these women. And these your kids can't even make the 8th grade basketball team because they shape like a pumpkin. They got hips like their mother as a son. All right, so she's not obese, so that's definitely a feather in her cap. Let's see what she got to say here.
And I'm making this post so that y'all don't do the same thing that I did. This is an accountability post. I met him on Hinge, and this was back when the algorithm was working a lot better, and it was like 2022, I believe. I didn't like his profile. I just knew he was gonna like me, and the next day he did. Normally I name names, but just in case he has a new girl and they're at peace, I don't want to disrupt his situation, so I'm not gonna name his name. But anyway, we met up quickly, we went on a date, and we ended up being like glued to each other pretty fast. We were like in a relationship within like a month, I believe. He locked it down. He was not trying to see me single. This man was fine. He was like 6'3", buff, long hair. He looked like Roman Reigns. Society would easily give him a 9, easily. And if you know me, you know who I'm talking about. But frankly, his looks were pretty irrelevant, honestly. He actually was very kind, very sweet, very empathetic, very emotional, very in tune with his emotions, but also quite emotional. And, you know, he just had a lot of very positive traits.
Okay, so we're a minute in, and of course, I gotta dice this up. I can't just let 4 minutes of this woman talk go on YouTube. Yeah, you can see what position she's in. She's got exactly what she probably would have asked for. Roman Reigns, so that means he's probably light-skinned or racially ambiguous. He's not darky. He's not a darky like CGA. 6'3", long hair. So some women like that, probably the Jason Momoa look, if you will. And he appears to be nice, not an asshole, typically generous, and he gave up a commitment very fast. All right, so it says they dated for a month and already committed. So he was commitment relationship oriented. For some reason, it gives women the ick. It gives them the belief that maybe he didn't have shit going on. She might even question in the back of her subconscious, how did I able to get him to commit as fast? Now, she wanted him to commit. But again, when you give up a commitment fast, it's not going to yield respect. Doesn't mean she's not going to like the commitment and engage in the commitment. She will then start questioning why she was so good to get that level of commitment. It's a subconscious thing, which seems to be playing against her right now. She got Mr. Perfect, but why wasn't any other women maybe more attractive than me? Why didn't he go for him? Them? Why didn't those women get him? So subconsciously, she's going to start to find disqualifiers right now. That's what she's doing, and that's how she most likely fumbled him. Let's let her continue to see how she messed this up.
The number one being, he did not play about me at all. We went to brunch with his brother and sister-in-law, and they were kind of cold, like not really like I don't know, warming up to me. And he called that out immediately. He was like, absolutely not. When his brother was not trying to get to know me after like we had met, he was like, can you put more effort in with Britt? Like, that's my girl. Like, put some respect on Britt's name. Like, he did not play about me at all. I had never in my life dated a man like that.
There you go. There's a mistake there. There's another one right there. So again, anytime a woman says she's never dated a man like that, that means she's not prepared to date a man like that. She might want to date a guy like that, but once it presents, it's kind of like you think you're going to feel a certain way when you're rich. And then when you get rich, you don't have that feeling. You're still somewhat like, oh, I don't feel successful, because you weren't prepared to realize the reality of being rich. The fantasy of a guy like that was real and gave her the goosebumps. But when it was presented, it didn't give her that same goosebumps. She respected it, but she was like, yeah, I never dated a guy like this. But now it presented, but it didn't move the needle. It didn't wet her pussy, right? It didn't give her the goosebumps. So now she's like, okay, now that's there. The fantasy is here. It's now reality, but I don't feel any different about the guy. She acknowledged it, but she doesn't feel any different. So let's see what happens here. That's interesting. Anytime a woman says that the treatment you gave her, she's never dealt with before, watch out. I'm going to tell you, watch out. Because, guys, that same woman will fuck a bum-ass nigga the next day. I'm sorry to tell you. Again, the spectrum. Because sometimes they don't believe they're worth being treated like this. I'm telling you, you will do all of this great treatment and the next day fuck a bum-ass nigga over a joint. And you did all that. There's no pussy loyalty there. She's not going to give you pussy loyalty. It's one of the most craziest things. It's happened to me. I've seen it happen to other men. I've seen it happen. No guy's ever done this. Next day, I was just a fuck. He really ain't relationship material. I really like you, though. And I won't deal with him. I won't see him again. Well, you weren't going to see him again anyway. He wasn't going to see you again anyway. All right. So it's not like you couldn't get rid of him. He pumped and dumped you. And now you back looking at me. I mean, I've seen that happen. That's happened to me too. So it's like, wow. Okay. He said they have hit. Yeah, they've hit bum niggas before you. That's why when she said no guy's ever done this to me, all the guys she dated were bum niggas. You just raised the bar in her life permanently, but it didn't move the needle. It didn't move the needle. So she back in some dusty ass nigga's life. And then you go like, can I see you Wednesday? And she be like, oh no, something comes up. Something came up. You know what came up? A date with a bum ass nigga off Tinder. And she gonna complete that date despite the fact that the day before you were caping for her in front of your whole motherfucking family. She's still gonna go on that date with that dusty ass nigga next day and then be back in your face on Thursday. I'm just telling you, man, it happens, bro. It's what women do. You can't stop it. Let's continue.
I had never dated a man who was on my side. Like who, like, I don't know, defended me. I've never had that before. He also impressed my parents. My mom liked him a lot. She said I broke his heart, and honestly, I agree. But yes, my parents liked him a lot. So we dated for like 6 months, and I kept feeling like something was just missing throughout the relationship. Like something just felt like it was missing. And I would communicate that to him like, oh, I like you a lot. I love you, but like something's just missing.
Pussy dry. Like I told you, she got the in her mind. Remember, she's the one said she fumbled the guy she should have married. Still missing. Something still missing. Something still missing. Again, they want it like perfect and they want to feel perfect about it. You're pitching a shutout. Something still missing. And it could be bedroom intimacy. It could be the fact that he don't choke her, spit, slap her on the ass, degrade her. We don't know what it is. Maybe she'll allude to it. Yep, there's no toxic. She might feel like, I feel like he don't have other hoes. Why he don't got other hoes? Like she's used to dating men that got other hoes and she's got trust issues. She may not have that feeling of having trust issues and that's evading her. She's like, something's missing. Yeah, it's not toxic. It's straightforward. Okay. So there could be, I'm curious to see what it is. She might not even know. Something's missing.
And I didn't know what it was. And this poor guy was just doing his best to try to figure out what was missing, like trying to make adjustments, but like he just couldn't figure it out and neither could I.
There you go. This is what you're dealing with, guys, out here. Most of the time you think they know, they don't know. They're chaotic. Their brain is like a gerbil. I know it's a gerbil. They're scatterbrained. They don't know what they're doing. They might say they know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. And they may know what they're doing and they can't verbalize it because, yeah, she can't say my pussy don't get wet. He doesn't degrade me and choke me. He's not toxic enough. She can't maybe say that. So she's saying, I don't know. But most of the time they don't know. They don't know. And they're just having some anxiety, scatterbrain, stress. Something's going on here. And they got presented with a good opportunity and then they're going to fuck it up. All right. And by the way, men do this as well with good women too. But I could talk about that another time.
Because I didn't have the self-awareness that I have now. What was missing was chaos. No matter how many adjustments he was willing to make, he couldn't adjust himself to become a chaotic, toxic man when he just wasn't that. And that's all I had ever been used to. You see, I had not taken the time to like truly heal myself after my relationship prior to him, which was with an abusive guy, very abusive, emotionally avoidant guy, emotionally unavailable, everything. Okay. I had not healed from that. Not enough to be.
There it is. You guys, everybody was right. Everybody was right. She needed toxic man, chaotic man. I bet you talking to other hoes, man. I bet you fucking other hoes, man. I need to check your phone, man. Give me your location. But he's too available to her. He's nice. He's pandering to her. He's being generous. He gave her a commitment too easy. She was too good to be true. And what do we say? They all are chaotic. They want to bring that chaotic past into your life. They deal with chaotic men and then pray for a 100K man, but they're not ready. Everton says she needed to make these decisions before this man showed up. Everett said she needed to make these decisions before the man showed up, not after. Now she's making the decisions after the fact. Wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Like no chaos.
Be with a person who was safe. And so one day when he pissed me off, I broke up with him like on a whim. Because the majority of my prior relationships were with like antagonistic men, I was not ready to receive someone who was safe and loving and kind and caring. Maybe I didn't think I deserved it. Maybe I couldn't recognize what it was. My nervous system didn't know what to do with safe.
Wow. And this is, again, like I said, some sisters you deal with, they got to have chaotic. They got to live in the city. They got to live with trains running all day and night. They got to live with bus and ambulances going off and bus passes. And they got to live with stores open all to 24 hours, 24/7. All right. They got to live amongst chaos. Niggas booming systems and revving all in the middle of the night. House parties till 2 a.m. 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. They gotta be around that. They can't deal with serenity and peace. They gotta have a guy that has drama so they can report to their other poor choosing women. All right, what drama they're experiencing. They gotta have a soap opera. They gotta have a telenovela. They can't keep reporting to their friends he's perfect. Oh, he's perfect. My man is perfect. That's gonna last about 3 fucking weeks. Then her friends gonna be like, let's investigate this nigga and find the drama. Yep, Latino women too. Latino women are the same. White women are the same. They gotta have the drama. They gotta have the not gonna cry, not gonna shed no tears. I'm glad she's saying this, man, because we've been preaching this for a long time.
My parents were kind of emotionally unavailable. Growing up in that dynamic, you kind of look for that in partners as well. So I ended up with emotionally unavailable men back to back to back.
Dusties, cheating ass niggas, mouthpiece niggas, right? But of course, she's still friends with them niggas and she with him, but she's still talking to them niggas behind his back.
That brings me to my next point. For a while, what I felt like the relationship was lacking was him being a true leader. He would defer to me to make a lot of decisions because he felt like I was more intelligent than him.
Bro, didn't I say this earlier? I said this earlier. You guys got to listen to me. I know, man. Look, I said this earlier. I don't care what dynamic you give a woman. She's always going to need a man. Remember I said that earlier where I said younger dudes dating an older woman. I said, yeah, that's going to be nice for a period of time. She's going to need a man, though. She's always going to need a leader. She's a woman. If she has a situation, but the guy is not a leader, she's going to get turned off at some particular point. She'll give up the booty cheeks and cook this nigga chicken fettuccine, and she'll son him and son husband the hell out of him, and it'll be fun for a period of time. Then he's not going to be a leader. She's going to want that. I said that earlier. You're too nice to the woman. You're on her level, same age. You're deferring to her. You're doing what they call you're making concessions for her. You want to know her opinion on things. You're asking her what she wants to eat. You're not deciding what to eat. You're not telling her, bitch, let's go. The car's leaving right now. All right, where are we going? You'll eat where we're going. All right, don't worry about that. All right, and if you're worried about that, don't eat then. Okay, that's the toxic she's missing. So now, because he's being nice and generous and conceding to her and allowing her opinion to ride, she don't like it. Somebody said this is why 50-50 doesn't work. Facts. 50-50 will work for her. It ain't gonna make her pussy wet. She'll live in the 50-50, but she won't see you as a man. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. You guys got to know what you're dealing with, man. Nature don't change. The society will change. The agenda will change. Women will everything will change, but nature don't change. It is what it is.
He would want me to like plan stuff. He would want me to just like make a lot of choices that I felt like the man should make. And I just didn't want to do that. I wanted like a leader in the way that I saw leader, how I viewed it. But like knowing that he has weaknesses and that I have strengths, and then deferring to me where he's weak and letting him take the reins where he's strong is leadership. Like, okay, he could lead when it comes to protecting and providing and whatever, but he may have needed help with planning and stuff that he's not so good at. But
oh my God, I told you, man, I'm telling you, man, I don't let women make no decision. What are we eating for lunch? Bitch, I ordered something already. All right, you can eat off that. There's barbecue in there. Remember? There's barbecue in there.
There's barbecue in there.
And if she said, well, I don't like you always ordering for me. Okay, kick rocks. So he provided, he protected, but he deferred to her. No bueno. She killed the relationship. Now, let me tell you this. She killed the relationship on one mistake. Now, these are the mistakes he led up to. So there were microaggressions. There were micro mistakes. But he made one mistake and she deaded the relationship. But the other guy she dealt with, she let them niggas make 50 mistakes and stayed in the relationship. I used to say a woman will find a good man and he'll sneeze funny and she'll dead the relationship on the first Bumble date. Oh, he's super good. He does this. He's a doctor. He's a lawyer, and he'll sneeze. And she'll be like, I can't be with him. Meanwhile, the other niggas been out there running amok on her, and she'll stick around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 mistakes. She'll stick around. Why? Toxic, drama, chaotic. Her nervous system will be on alert. She can't be comfortable. She can't be comfortable. This is a dynamic that, guys, you cannot correct. The only way you correct this is get leverage and then find a way to deal with them, I would say, very sparingly. Very sparingly. Also, this is another thing I tell you. The more time you spend with a woman, depreciating, the law of depreciating, the law of diminishing returns. The more time you spend with a woman, the less the quality of that time will become. He was too available to her. She was able to read him, and she became disinterested because he was always up under her, deferring to her. And then the more he talked, the more he stuck around, the worse it got. Now, the other guys, fucking other hoes over there, running around town doing this, and it kept her interest. He ain't there, and he over there, and he doing that, and he do that. Where he at? When he coming back? He ain't up under her. She's interested. You don't have diminishing returns when you're not there. When you up under her, quality of time goes down. All right, the quality of the time goes down. There's so much to learn from this video. And while she was breaking up with him, she had the other bum niggas texting her. She was texting them other bum niggas. And he wasn't checking her phone. He wasn't seeing what she was doing. She had them other niggas on a hotline. Okay. On the hotline bling, she had them other bum niggas lined up, ready to go. Let's continue.
But I just couldn't see that at the time because I was dumb. I thought I needed 10 out of 10 boxes checked. But relationships are not found, they are built. Soulmates are built. Boxes can be built. If the person is at 7 or 8 and the last 2 need some work, you can meet them halfway. They can meet you halfway. Adjustments can be made. You don't have to break up. So though he had 8 of my 10 boxes, I was still too traumatized to accept him. I couldn't regulate my own nervous system fully yet. I had gotten to that point at 25 and met a very abusive man at 26, and I lost all my progress. So I still needed chaos, and I ruined it. The next guy I dated after that ended up being another avoidant who was emotionally unavailable and ended up breaking my heart worse than anybody else I'd.
Boom! Boom! What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? The next guy, she picked drama and broke her heart. This shit, dude, listen, you're listening to a guy that been there, done that. There's no more secrets to me. Women are no longer mysterious to me. I've accepted who they are many years ago, and you cannot tell me otherwise. There could be some women, I'm not like that. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I know what the fuck y'all be doing. If you're single over 40, you're like that. You're like that, and I know it. And I'll bet on it. I'll bet you a steak dinner that you like that. Eventually, you're going to fuck it up. Just like that. She jumped out the frying pan into the fryer. And guess what? She then realized, oh, I fucked up. I had the guy that I 8 out of 10, and I went for Mr. 3 out of 10 to try to build something with, and he broke my heart. Not a shock. She went to go chase the whatever drama nigga, the 6'8" nigga. She went to go get him. Oh, okay, he's the guy. My pussy percolates for him. Broke her heart. Let's continue.
Ever experienced in my entire life. So I got my karma pretty fast, I guess. Let this be a lesson. If you've met someone who's good, they protect you well, they show up, they love you, but you feel like something's missing or something feels off or whatever the case may be, or it feels boring, make sure that something is not just the trauma that you're used to.
Facts. She's speaking facts, man. And shout out to her, the Black Karen here. She's speaking facts. I see this today with almost all women, even that I deal with short term. They have the same issue. The same issue. Then they'll jump in a relationship and it'll not work. And then they'll spin the block. They'll be back. Hey, how you doing? They'll come back for that fix of mind. Because what'll happen is, I'm gonna tell you, even on when you deal with sugar babies or you're renting women, what'll happen is they'll jump out of it because they're on the spectrum and they'll go with a regular nigga. I'm like, okay, they'll get tired of the sugar baby experience. They'll get tired and they'll go back to a regular nigga, and then they'll be like, oh, this don't work. And they'll jump back into the light. They'll just go back and forth. Women are on the spectrum. They don't just stay in one lane. They'll jump from lane over here, lane over there, lane over there. And then they'll be like, okay, didn't work. And then they'll spin the block. They'll go back to this. They'll go back to that. I don't know if she went back to this nigga, but
make sure that you know, you have healed enough to even receive what they're offering you. You don't need a perfect man. You just need a man that checks enough boxes that you can work with the rest. Anyway, that angel wasn't even on social media like that, so he'll probably never see this, but still, you do see this. I hope you're doing great.
Hope you're doing great. Shout out to her, man. That was a great presentation of points that I've been making for a long time. She seems like a reasonable person. She doesn't look like a skeezer. She's not dressed promiscuously, although she has a spaghetti strap on. She doesn't look like a whore. She don't have big eyelashes on. She looks like a decent woman. And yet, most of the time when you're dealing with decent women, they still deal with strag shit. That's why, again, I don't deal with a lot of strags or black women, because they typically come from trauma, chaos, broken families, drug abuse, alcoholism, promiscuity at 13 and 12. All right, that's typically what their case is. Not always, but that's typically. There's always an exception to the rule, but that's typical. It's typical. All right, so I know that going in, but that's all women. I've dealt with all women, white women like that, Latino women, Asian women like that, and then eventually these things come back to haunt them. It comes back to haunt them in a great way. And they can't explain it. But what'll happen is you're giving them an opportunity, but then you're trying to manage it. You can't manage it. You can't manage it. It's out of your hands. Okay. It's out of your hands. And most guys are, what'll happen is, I'm going to tell you the last point. The guy that she broke up with doesn't even know what happened. He was completely blindsided. He probably still doesn't know. That's why she said he ain't even on social media, so he'll probably never see this. She's never connected the dots. She's never closed that chapter in his book. So he's trying to figure out, what did I do wrong? He probably on the Coach Greg Adams channel right now. And he probably will never know. He just knows that I tried my best with a woman and it failed. And she might have blamed him for it. She might have blamed him for it. You didn't do this. And he's like, okay, maybe I'll correct it. And he had nothing to correct. You see what I mean? So he doesn't even know what he did wrong. And his family members like, I told you that piece of shit bitch was a piece of shit. Remember, he stuck up for her for the family. And the family see? You see what happens when you date them black women? You see what happens when you date these women on the fringe? You see what happens when you date these women 3 years younger, 3 years older? They probably already telling him, yep, see, you picked the wrong one. And he probably sitting back right now, licking his wounds and shit. Like, damn, I did this, that. He probably talking to his girlfriends, his best friends and shit, his best female friends. And they probably like, what did you do to her? You're not telling the whole story. You must have cheated on him. And he still don't know right now. Nigga in the gym going crazy. Okay. And he probably is damaged beyond control. And I'm going to tell you, man, most men that end up damaging women have been damaged by women early on, including myself. I don't inherently think that most men who damage women start first. I think the women damage the men very early on. We're talking about middle school, in the high school, going into college. Now, what happens is those men end up becoming villains based on these experiences of women that choose between pookies and good men, and they try to play the middle and both at the same time. So these men end up damaging what later on, once these men become 22, 25, 30, and then into their 40s, they then start damaging women. But in my opinion, the women do this early on to the men, and they create this villain. And I'm not blaming the women on this one. What I'm saying is, because of their chaotic way they choose mates, they end up damaging good men, and those good men end up damaging women down the line. Okay. And I can attest to that. I've done that. As much as I complain about what women have done to me, I can guarantee you there could be 50 women right now that could come up right now and make a channel on CGA talking about the shit that I did to them. Okay. Right. And they would I would be like, yeah, well, even my ex-wife could probably come up here and have a whole channel and be like, I'm going to talk about my experience being married to this nigga. And I'll be sitting over there like, oh shit. Yeah, I did do that, didn't I? I did fuck up. Yeah. Okay. All right. She right about that. I've never shared that with my audience, but I did do that to her. So nobody's perfect in the relationship. Hurt people. Sometimes it's one person starts to hurt and the other person retaliates. But there could be a whole bunch of women that can say, well, shit, CGA up here complaining about women. Well, let me tell you what he did to me. All right. And then y'all niggas will be like, look at what you did, CGA. And I'll be like, she lying. All right, anyway. See, that nigga an asshole. All right, he was bitter and hurt. Well, they could have come up. Women got stories on me and shit. I hope they never come out, though. Hey, ladies, you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement in the back of the room tonight. Don't talk about what I be doing to y'all. Let me see here. Let's get to these super chats and then close the show. Thank you, man. It's been a great show. We learned a lot of wisdom from here. Do bitch niggas want to come up? I'll open up the links if y'all want to come up. All right. Let's see here. He says, to your credit, you never really talk bad about your ex from the marriage, more from the divorce. That's true. And I tried to make that clear. You know, I talked about, I made mistakes in the marriage. She made mistakes in the marriage. And I never really talked about it from it. I always talked about what happened during the divorce. All right. The divorce part of the process that I was really hurt by. I thought that was more traumatic than what happened in the marriage. And I might even speak about what happens in marriages, and I'll make it clear, well, this didn't happen much in my marriage, but it does happen in marriages, for sure. Shout out to our brother, no government name, says, besides a firearm, what's the best self-defense item to carry with you when you travel? I'm planning on traveling start in March, but I'm not comfortable going to places without my protection. You got to find out, you got to buy knives. You could buy not switchblades, but you guys can buy pocket knives. In some countries, they allow you to carry them. So do your research. And sometimes when you travel, some countries will let you bring in certain brands of pocket knives and some will confiscate them at customs. But what I would do is I would get to that area first, then buy the pocket knife. And then you sometimes have to take it home. Like, for instance, when I went to, when I was in Thailand, I brought this pocket knife right here. But when I took it to Korea, customs pulled me to the side and they went on the internet and they looked up on their list to see if I could bring this pocket knife into Korea. So that's a way to keep your self-defense. And shout out to Travis in the Philippines. He put me on to that. So I can't carry my firearm, but I can keep my knife on me. All right. So I was able to bring this to all the countries that I visited. And I think I bought it in the Philippines or Thailand early on. I was made sure I did because I was like, you know, I ain't going nowhere without no self-defense either. And then also, all right, I kept the brass knuckles too. All right. Kept the brass knuckles on me like Macho Man Randy Savage. Right. So if I had to knock a nigga out, you know what I mean? Let me knock one of these motherfuckers out. But I'm going to tell you, man, in the Asian side of the world, there was no sense of me being in danger at all. I never felt in danger at all, but I had the brass knucks with me too. And if any of you niggas come up to me and I don't have my gun, I might at least have the brass knucks on my ass. All right, look, pause. All right, I'm gonna have something on me. So if I have to knuckle up and I square up, I'm gonna have a knife on me. Somebody's getting punctured. All right, anyway, pause. Shout out to you. So that's what I suggest. All right, so when you get to the country, go find a knife. But if you're going to another country close, you got to make sure that knife is in compliant with the country that you're going to, because they will stop you. He says, why are ladies promoting they are pro tricking, but always fail to mention what a guy will get if they trick on her? It's like they want men to fall for the bait and switch. I think men have to understand women are lying about what men do when they trick on them. Okay, that's a part of what we were talking about earlier, the lies of omission. They will tell you that a guy did something generously for her and she did nothing in return. Now, does that happen? Yes, that happens to them, but it doesn't happen all the time. If a guy's giving her something, he's getting something back 8 times out of 10. 8 times out of 10. And women that I know that are definitely doing this, they will never mention this. They'll be like, oh, the guy was just doing this and giving me that. Nah, bro, you was doing something. You was doing something. You had to lick his toe, something. But this is a part of them being able to save face, and rightly so, because let me tell you, man, if women came out here and told you what they really did, most of y'all wouldn't even engage with them ever. This is why they got to creep around. Most of you guys would never even engage with a woman if they was completely honest about their behavior, especially the nice women that you wouldn't even know. But I'm gonna just tell you, there's women that I've dealt with fixing binds. Some reason they want to follow me on Instagram and I'll follow them back. And what'll happen is I'll see the stories that they're posting and I'll be like, damn. I'm like, because what they'll do is they'll post a lunch, they'll post, they're taking a trip, they'll post a vacation, a travel, they'll post something. They're on the boat, they're in a hotel, they're by the pool, having drinks. And I'm like, they did the same thing when I was with them. I was sitting right there and they took a picture of our food too. They took a picture of the balcony of my hotel too and posted it right on their story. With me not in it. I wasn't in the picture. But sure enough, I was examining those effects. I was digging out that tunnel. And then I'll see them posting at the next location, the next bar, the next drinks, the next boat, the next hotel, the next this, the next poolside, the next margarita, the next bar. And I'm like, damn, these. Yep, they'll post it like nobody's there or they're with their friend, their female friend. But good and damn well, there was another nigga, there was another dude there that paid for whatever that is 8 times out of 10. All right, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on a few of those. But they did it to me when I was there, and I've looked at their story like, Then the next week, I'll look at their story and be like, All right, I know what they doing, getting dug out. Because that's what I did. All right, anyway. And these are regular women that look respectable. You wouldn't even know. Oh, maybe she paid for her vacation. No, she didn't. Maybe she paid for her dinner. She did not. Ooh, man. All right. Maybe she paid for her flight. Maybe she's with her family. Nope. No, she's not. There's 8 plates of food on that table. It's not just her eating that food. Anyway, look. But again, these things that they have to lie by omission that they're not participating in this type of life because it would disqualify them. Men would not be able to handle it. All right. Anyway, 8 times out of 10, that's the case. I will give them the benefit of the doubt on the other couple. Shout out to Dame Digital says this is a wisdom channel. This is what this channel is. It's not a female bashing channel. We talk about relationships from the male perspective. Now, if the ladies want to start donating the CGA, I'll talk about how these niggas ain't shit. Shout out to our brother Harold says just a little offering. That's a great offering. And I appreciate your offering. Shout out to Chris Mack says, I've never dated someone like you before. Clay Thompson's girlfriend, Meg the Stallion. That is the death nail to your relationship. All right. It's either from your perspective or hers. If a woman says that she's never dated a guy like you, you can just go ahead and from the relationship perspective, you can write that shit off. It's over. It's over. All right. Soon as she says that, because what you're going to think is that this woman's that's going to grant you some sort of allegiance or loyalty. That's going to grant you exclusivity, right? That's what we hear. Oh, I've won. I've gone above and beyond. That means I'm in the front of the line. That means nobody else will get ahead. That means nobody's going to get exactly what I got from her. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. No woman I've ever experienced that I've ever said that has made me the winning nigga at the end of the day. She has gone to the back to another nigga that has done none of that in reasonably a few days, a few hours, or a week later. Okay. If not the next day. I'm rich, bitch. So it does not grant you this brass ring. It doesn't give you the reward. It doesn't give you eternal riches with her. She doesn't put that as, she doesn't put that as, okay, I'm gonna put him above all others. That's not true. Okay, so you got to watch out. Even your wife, So watch out for that one, because a lot of guys will lower their guard and say, well, I went to a place that no other man went, so that means I'm the winner. Nope. That don't give you pussy loyalty or pussy exclusivity or nothing. 8 times to 9 times out of 10. Just to let you know. So don't think that it's just because you heard that she's gonna be like eternally loyal to you after that. Right? I've seen that shit. All right, and that's a heartbreaker. That's the stuff that heartbreaks men. Shout out to I Need Money says, shout out to you letting Junior CGA see the Far East. Hashtag dads. Shout out to you. Yeah, he didn't want to miss Japan.
I'm rich, bitch.
He didn't want to miss Japan. And the ladies out here quiet as a motherfucker. Right. The ladies out here be quiet. Where are my rebuttals from the 6 women that are watching me? Because you know they watching me pissed off. Shout out to Thoughts of Rome. $100 from me and $100 for that broke nigga in the chat. Coach, keep cooking. That's a double sponsorship. Shout out to you.
I'm rich, bitch.
One more.
I'm rich,
Shout out to Suave Genius says, keep preaching that fire, coach. Who disagrees with me, male or female? Let me know. Shout out to Anthony B. He says, yo, coach, how down bad does a ninja have to be to ask a stupid question like that? Why do you even have a car? He says, I wasn't pro mid slapping before, but I am today. Keep doing the Lord's work. Why do you even have a car if you're going to make a repair like that? Yeah, man, look. Luxury cars, it's not that you can afford to have a car, luxury car. I'm sorry, just because you can afford a luxury car, like afford the purchase price, doesn't mean you can afford it. Okay, that's the same thing with a house, same thing with a woman. It's going to require a lot of maintenance, and sometimes the maintenance is not financial. Sometimes it's emotional. Sometimes it's physical maintenance. With women, everybody just thinks the money, financial maintenance, but there's a whole bunch of heavy lifting when you get into a relationship with a woman that is going to require resources, your attention, your time, that if you were single, you didn't have to deal with, or another man had to deal with it. So just because you can afford to get into a relationship doesn't mean you can maintain that relationship, because the cost and the skill set to maintain a relationship is completely different than getting in one. It's completely different, but you're going to start spending emotional. You're going to have to emotionally invest in a woman. That's the same as if I wanted a relationship with a woman and I just led with money, a woman will get in a relationship, not all women, but a woman will potentially get in a relationship with me because of the money, but will break up with me because I don't invest in her emotionally. But then dudes will be like, well, he paid the bills and he provided, but she's going to say he didn't maintain the relationship emotionally. So I checked out and I fucked this nigga over here in a hotel because attention. You understand? So just because you can get into a relationship doesn't mean you can maintain or afford the relationship. And even I know that money is going to only solve so much. This is why I'll be like, I'm just going to rent, right? And I feel not bad about it. Here, I'll rent by the hour because I don't have to emotionally invest. I don't have to invest with them when they're not here with me. So I can afford that. But I can't afford to emotionally invest in it. These women come with baggage. So I don't have time for that. I don't have time for her to be talking about my therapy and I'm healing and, my car and, I need a new carpet because I spilled something on it and, my past and I suffer from anxiety. But if this bitch don't get away from me, get the fuck away from me, man. And I need a ride and can you Uber me here? That's too much. That is way too much for a piece of ass. I don't got no interest in that shit. Zero. Bro, what? Oh my Lord. That's too much managing. That's too much managing of a dull ass individual, bro. No, the fuck not. By the hour. What does it cost me for an hour? Then let her deal with that shit. You go back to your motherfucking mud hut and deal with that shit. Let another nigga deal with that shit. Getting it for free ass nigga. Let him deal with that shit. He ain't getting it for free. He dealing with a whole bunch of goddamn issues. Yeah, I got my own problems, and I got a lifestyle that I bought my way out of them problems. Last thing I need to do is buy myself out of them problems and inherit some woman with them goddamn problems. If you don't come to me fixed and healed, if you don't get the fuck out my face, yep, them shits ain't my problem. Fuck your anxiety. And fuck your past. And fuck your last year drug abuse and shit when you was a teenager. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I ain't got no time to think about that shit or heal you or be available to you to listen to your shit about it. All right. Niggas calling it tricking. You tricking. Dealing with these motherfucking bitches' problems. You the one tricking, nigga. Because to get it for free, you going to have to carry that motherfucking load 9 times out of 10. Shit, don't give a fuck about none of that shit. And her pets and all of that. I don't got no time for this shit. What am I going to do if... No, I don't know. Right. What we got here? DG Seymour says, oh, I got you already. Also amazing. What's your opinion on the word trauma and healing? Words used as coping mechanisms to avoid accountability. Have you ever encountered a fully healed woman? Great show. The answer is no. There's no fully healed woman. They're all... Here's the deal, and I'm not trying to criticize women. Women live a reckless life earlier. They're exposed to a world earlier than men. They're exposed to predators earlier, child molesters. They're exposed to older niggas, manipulative niggas, controlling niggas, pimps, party lifestyle, coca, weed, alcohol. They're exposed to this from 10, really 12, all the way to 27. Drug dealers, scammers, they're exposed to this. Players, pimps, they're exposed to this. Going to the club at 16 with a fake ID. They get this early. Old niggas following them, peeping toms, promiscuity, sex, offer sex. They be 10 years old in the park. Some predator over there. You wanted some candy? We are not exposed to that life that early. So a woman's only going to turn down so much. A woman's only going to turn down so much. Eventually, she's going to be vulnerable to 1, 2, 10 of those issues. If she's a weak person or she has a broken family, she's going to be exposed to all of it and participate. Going to college parties at high school when she's in high school. We don't get none of this shit. We don't get none of this shit until like 25, 30, 35, 40. Selling pussy when she's young to an old neighbor. They get exposed to these issues early. Backstage, underage, on the tour bus, fucking celebrities, access to celebrities. They meet celebrities when they 16, 18, 20, 25. Niggas in the DM, sending them pictures of them jerking off. They're exposed to this early. Dick pics when they 14 from grown-ass men. Here's what happens because of that. This is why they're so traumatized. This is why they're always talking about healing and therapy, and they're wondering, OnlyFans selling content and feed pictures. This is why they're wondering why we are not so open to therapy and healing and that, because they don't understand we're not exposed to that as early as they are. So they come out wrecked. 19, 20, 25, fucking flipped inside out. Now, a guy, regular video game, comic book collecting, anime watching, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card collecting nigga, ain't having none of this issues. They have been exposed to much trauma. This nigga barely can get pussy on a scratch and sniff sticker. He ain't been exposed to any of this. None of it. And if he has, it's been sparingly. So he hasn't had any of these issues. And then they show up. Why aren't you in therapy? Why aren't you? What? Therapy what? Some girl broke my heart in the 8th grade. I took her to the dance and she danced with another nigga. That's about it. That's about it. That's about 80% of niggas. That's about 80% of guys around the world exposed to nothing. wet behind the ears, green as a motherfucking bean. We don't know nothing. All we experience is a girl that we had a crush on break our heart. 20% of guys been exposed to that lifestyle. They party promoters and players and they hustlers and scammers. These are a small portion of men that do need help. And they're the ones that access to most of the women. And those are the dudes that need therapy and healing. The first man, so this is the problem. When they talk about trauma and healing, and I said this earlier, people will tell you their diagnosis. They'll tell you their anxiety, their manic depression. They'll tell you all these things because they're good at it. What they won't tell you is they'll be completely vague as to what caused those issues. What caused those issues? Oh, okay. They'll be vague. Well, I kind of partied a little bit and I got into drugs and I was washed out by 18 and I went to fucking drug rehab. You'll start hearing that peel back, but they'll tell you all these other issues first. I was traumatized and this. They'll tell you later on that an uncle molested them. They'll tell you later on that they were Let me tell you something. Alcohol and drug abuse for a young woman also includes promiscuity and also possibly prostitution. Okay. So if a woman says she was engaging in drugs and partying and alcoholism and she was washed out, she also was giving out a lot of pussy or selling it. You cannot remove promiscuity from that. So if they were partying, raspy voice bitch, and she was drinking and fake ID, going to nightclubs, hanging out at Dre's, she also was promiscuous. She also possibly had a pimp or some dude that tried to pimp on her. You can't remove that. That happened. And that's what caused the trauma. That's what caused the anxiety. That's what causes the stress. Not the alcohol and the drugs. It's the shit that comes from the alcohol and the drugs and that lifestyle, which is promiscuity, prostitution, possibly, or some sort of abuse, and so forth and so on. Parents, traumatized, divorce, fracture, broken homes. That's what they talk about trauma and healing from. They're not healing from she used to drink St. Ides brew every night. She dealing from fucking as a result of getting drunk from drinking St. Ides brew every night. Fucking the next nigga, the next nigga, the next nigga. Like you don't get, alcoholism is an issue, but alcoholism by itself doesn't cause the issue. It's the shit that you do as a result of drinking alcohol that causes the issue. DUI, getting behind the wheel of a car after you drink alcohol. Not just getting boozed up and passing out and throwing up. Yeah, that causes the issue. It's the shit you do after you do drugs and alcohol that causes the issue, the trauma. So if a woman shows up with trauma and healing, just assume it's alcohol, drugs, fractured home, broken home, and or promiscuity or prostitution. That's what comes from it. That's what it is. Just assume that's what it is. And you're probably going to be right. Maybe some criminal activity and shit like that. She had burglar alarm with somebody. She had some domestic abuse or something. Something came from it. Child neglect. She neglected her own kids. That's where the trauma and the healing comes from. So people aren't presenting that to you. They're just saying trauma and healing. I had to heal and had trauma and I had a tough life and I had a rough upbringing and I went through some struggles. Yeah, a lot of sex. When you guys don't realize this, when a woman is not secure and she also is experiences trauma, she fucks a lot. A lot. She fucks a lot. She's insecure. She fucks a lot. Okay. She's experienced trauma. As a result, she fucks a lot. So trauma comes with promiscuity. Promiscuity is a result of trauma. She's been molested as a child, promiscuity. She goes out to nightclubs when she's 16 and she goes out to nightclubs. By the time she turns 21, she said, I already lived that life. Pussy. She been using her pussy to get through that. Yeah, that's the reality. Her parents died. They got divorced. Promiscuity will probably be a result. So if she says, yeah, my parents got a divorce when I was 10, 15. Yep. But it is what it is. People won't deal with that part of it. People will be in the denial of that. They'll be in the denial of that. Yep. Pregnancy, abortions were part of that too. She went through some trauma. Yeah, she had 2 ghost kids. She had 2 abortions. And eventually those ghost kids never die. They're alive in her fucking head. All right. So you better be prepared for that part of it, because people will either deny that to you, do not believe them, or they will minimize it or be vague about it. Oh, it's just the thing, and I was just healing. Now, the problem is women go through this early in life. Men tend to go through this later in life, so that then we're in the middle ground where it's the 20s, where men haven't gone through that too much. The women have gone through that, and there's problems with those people between 20 and 30 connecting. Somewhere around 40, the men will start going through this trauma, promiscuity, struggle, getting wealthy, dating struggles, divorce, child fractured families, these type of things, parental alienation that causes him to have traumatic experiences, dealing with women that have trauma, all right, confused about who they want to date. Then the men start experiencing this in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. Okay. And then those men start to hurt women. Then those men start to hurt women greatly. Shout out to you on that one. Let me make sure I cleared the deck. But those women that are 20 and 30 are trying to find those men that are 30 and 40 and thinking that they're mature and healed, and they're traumatized now. So they can't find even mature men that are 30 and 40 that don't hurt them, because they've been divorced and fractured and in pain too. And any man that is participated in drugs, young, and alcoholism, gang banging, and that shit, they're traumatized like a motherfucker. Right? They're traumatized like a motherfucker. Street life niggas, completely traumatized. They went to jail. Any guys that been in and out of jail, in prison, traumatized, and possibly gay for the stay ass niggas. Shout out to our brother Hustle Every Day. Also, men have been experiencing molestation by adults when they're young as well, and they might end up sachet Shantae, all right, sugar in a tank ass niggas, or bisexual or something like that. That all comes with it too. Shout out to our brother Hustle Every Day. Says vet before to avoid sandbagging bitches. It's hard to vet everything. This is why I assume the worst when I'm dealing with women. I just assume the worst. Right? I never assume maybe this is a good one. I just assume the absolute worst when I'm dealing with a woman. And from there, she got to prove herself. She got to dig herself out of that hole. And all I got to hear is trauma, mental health, healing, anxiety, stress. I'm going to be like, oh, she a whore. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, she was promiscuous. That's all I got to hear. That's as soon as I hear that, that's confirmation. Skeezer. And now she done just changed her fucking clothes. And now she trying to get in with a goddamn boss. All right. She trying to get in with a boss and trying to mask over that shit. All right. I'll be like, Skeezer. And I don't judge. I'll be like, okay, I'm going to just put you in a Skeezer box. All right. We could just do a straight deal. But all I got to hear is she in therapy. Yeah. Abortion. She probably had an abortion. But that's just me. Y'all don't have to do that. I don't see, I think people are shitty people. Like, we're the virus of the world. I don't have any faith in humanity at all. And you guys lost any potential faith that I had in you in 2020. All right. So there goes that. So don't think that I'm just a negative guy. I just think people are pieces of shit. All people, men and women. Right here. Yeah, right. Men and women. I don't trust people at all because people are shitty people. People are people. There's not many good people here, even including myself. All right. All right. I'm a piece of shit too. I ain't perfect. Anyway, shout out to the coach gang. Appreciate y'all. Let's get up out of here. We ran way too long. And peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, got my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not no trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I can never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping at the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, but run up a check. Demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the